Let's all keep standing for the national anthem.
जन गण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल गंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगल दायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
To begin this special event, we would now have the lamp lighting ceremony. I invite our respected chief guest, along with our honored dignitaries, to come forward and light the lamp. We also pay our heartfelt tribute to the late Professor Dr. A. Colonel Balasubramanian Sir by offering flowers to his portrait, honoring his memory and inspiring legacy.
गणनायकाय गणदैवताय गणाध्यक्षाय धीमहि गुणशरीराय गुणमण्डिताय गुणेशानाय धीमहि गुणातीताय गुणाधीशाय गुणप्रविष्टाय धीमहि एकदन्ताय वक्रतुण्डाय गौरीतनयाय धीमहि गजेशाय भालचन्द्राय श्रीगणेशाय
Now, let's have a glimpse of today's event. Good morning, everyone. I, Abhishek Chaudhary,
And I, Lavisha Samnani, one half of the dynamic student management duo at Balaji Institute of Technology and Management, Sri Balaji University, Pune.
we both have got the opportunity to become the masters of ceremony for today's event.
We would like to welcome you all to TechXplore, the Tech Conclave 2025 and Project𝕏, organized by BITM SBUP, bringing together technology, innovation, and industry collaboration. Our chief guest for today is Mr. Ritvik Bidbyal Sir, Chief Technology and Innovation Officer, Mastek, who is a remarkable individual and made an impact through his journey.
May I now request Dr. Sanjeet Kumar Das, Sir, Director BITM, Sri Balaji University, to welcome our guest of honor. Now, it is our honor to invite Dr. Rajeshwari Patil Ma'am, Deputy Director of Balaji Institute of Technology and Management, Sri Balaji University, Pune, to deliver the welcome address. Let us warmly welcome her with a round of applause.
Thank you, Lavisha. Thank you, Abhishek. And a very good morning to everyone present here today. We live in a world where technology is evolving faster than any classroom can update its slides. And I hope you agree with me. AI can write codes, predict markets, even diagnose diseases. And yes, sometimes complete your assignments before you even think of starting it. But there is one thing that technology cannot replace: a human mind, a mind that can feel, imagine, and care. Before we begin, I take immense pleasure in welcoming and expressing my heartfelt gratitude to our distinguished leadership here at SBUP. Honorable Vice Chancellor Dr. G.K. Shirude sir, our visionary Chancellor Honorable Professor Anand sir, our Dean Dimple Saini ma'am, Dr. Biju Pillai sir, and a thriving force of BITM, our very own Director sir, Dr. Sanjeet Kumar Das. Thank you for reminding us that education is not just learning, but leading, building, and transforming. And now, with this spirit, I welcome you all to TechXplore, the Tech Conclave 2025, and the national launch of the Project𝕏, where curiosity becomes prototypes, students stop studying technology, and it's time for us to now create one. We are joined today here by leaders from various organizations, and you'll have a pleasure to hear them, and they will be sharing their experiences with you. We have leaders from IBM, Capgemini, Mastek, Mahindra, Amdocs, Atos, and Dixon Technologies. They are not just experts, but they are architects of the digital world we are stepping into. We also have student participants who will be showcasing their projects today, and I urge you to take an opportunity, have a look at those projects, and be inspired. The real prize in this movement is when someone says that ideas could actually change something. But I would like to put this on record. AI is impressive. AI can only calculate. But don't forget, you as human beings can care. AI can process data, but it cannot understand your dreams. AI can generate answers, but only human can ask the right questions. So be inspired and learn to understand and ask the right questions today. We'll have a feast of knowledge and experience sharing today on this forum today with us, various eminent speakers from the industry. I would now express and share with you that this vision would not have been possible without the BITM Tech Club if Dr. Neelam Upasni would not have said, let's build, not wait, if the president and vice president of the tech club, the student coordinating team, and the student council would not have worked just like a startup with deadlines and more to achieve these dreams. You did not just organize this event, but I would want to put this on record that you have designed to have an experience here. The world is not waiting. Technology is not slowing down. So why should we? The next chapter of innovation is not been written in Silicon Valley. Trust me, it's here in this auditorium, in this university, in this classroom, where the next startup is written. So let's begin here. Let's begin now, and let's begin with you. Once again, I welcome you all to TechXplore and the Tech Conclave of 2025. Thank you so much and welcome, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Now, it is our honor to invite Dr. Sanjeet Kumar Das, sir, Director of Balaji Institute of Technology and Management, Sri Balaji University, Pune, to deliver the welcome address. Sir. Let us warmly welcome him with a round of applause.
Thank you very much. Honorable Vice Chancellor, sir, Dr. G.K. Sirude, sir, the Chief Guest of the day, Ritvik Badmel, Chief Technology and Innovation Officer, Mastek, all the esteemed dignitaries, faculty members, director, deputy directors, and my dear students. It's a great day. Let me start with thanking the effort given by our Neelam Upasani ma'am and the students, coordinators, those who have involved for a month, I think they have given their heart and soul to do this event, and I'm sure it will be a very successful event. Because you know, technology is not just changing our tools, it is redefining how we think and work and dream. Today's conclave brings together minds that build the future, not just predict it. As per the management guru, that is Peter Docker, he has said a beautiful statement: the best way to predict the future is to create it. Innovation is no longer optional; it is the language of survival and growth. Every code written, every system designed, add a new dimension to human possibility. Our responsibility is to ensure that the technology remains human centric and ethical. Let us build solutions that empower, not replace humanity. उड़ान हमें भी भरनी है नया आसमान के तरफ टेक का सहारा है बस हौसला रखो इंसान की तरफ. Collaboration will be the bridge between imagination and reality. Together, let us lead the world into a smarter, inclusive, and sustainable tomorrow. God bless you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. Now we have the privilege of inviting the Vice Chancellor of Sri Balaji University, Pune, Professor Dr. G.K. Shurude, sir, to address the gathering. Let us warmly welcome him with a round of applause.
Good morning. Very blissful morning to one and all. थोड़ा एयर कंडीशन थोड़ा कम करना है क्या? Very minutely I am observing everybody. Some of you are not as fresh as I know. Usually, Saturday is a festival of knowledge, which is going to be celebrated with the experts from industries, those who work in reality, and those who can share their experiences and bridge the gap between the text as well as the theory. Well, having said this, with the divine blessings and the great memories of our founder, president, and chancellor, Professor Dr. Colonel A. Balasubramaniam, sir, the present chancellor of the university, Professor Anand, the distinguished guest, particularly the chief guest of today's session, Ritvik Batabiel, Chief Technology and Innovation Officer, Mastek, Honorable Sandeep Arora, sir, Vice President, Head Telecom Industry Platform, Capgemini, and we are also having a very young Abhijit Lavate from Tech Mahindra. So give a big hands to welcome these three dignitaries. First, let me congratulate the Tech Club for taking these particular initiatives and designing this TechXplore along with the project, and then having n number of the discussions where knowledge sharing will be there and experiential learning up to some extent will also take place. The whole globe where we can find out a very buzzword which we are using nowadays, the landscape had changed. Everywhere we are saying that there is a change in landscape. What is that landscape had changed? What we mean by landscape? So landscape is nothing but it is the growth of brain. It is the growth of human ability and capacity to find out the solutions and also to create the problems for future generation. And therefore the challenges are always involved in each and every aspect. The nation and the world, both at micro as well as macro level, are having growth and development in respect of GDP, GNP, as well as happiness, that is the index which is measured. And now the question that is related with how all these things are integrated as far as technological disruptions are concerned and even the innovations are concerned. Human beings are born with a talent, with a mindset. And that type of the mindset is not only creative, but it is critical. It is also collaborative, co-creative, and at the same time, cooperative. So take socio, psycho, eco. All these particular elements are integrated as far as the growth of the human beings are concerned. And whatever is happening in respect of growth and development, it is not only vertical or horizontal expansion, not only quantitative and qualitative expansion, but at the same time, new challenges are taking place. But new opportunities are also there. And this young India, those who are sitting in front of me, it is in your hand how the optimum use of available resources can be used in respect of increase in efficiency and productivity in all respect. Friends, it has been mentioned that is the you become what you believe. You become what you believe. And in Sanskrit, it has been mentioned yato bhav tato bhavati. Yato bhav tato bhavati means what you believe and what you experience. We believe in respect of transformation, which we are experiencing, particularly after 2020. And whenever we are using the word industrial revolution, I4, I5, and then certainly human potential converted into human capital, that matters more. And therefore, whenever we say that, what we believe on four things. We believe on what we see, what we observe, what we learn, what we experience. And therefore, learning is one aspect, but imagination is a different aspect. And therefore, ideas, n number of challenges, and therefore disruptive innovations which has been continuously taking place, and that is the scenario which we can find out everywhere. This particular conclave is going to focus on a variety of aspects, different dimensions, and therefore, particularly after 2020, as I have mentioned, a rapid change took place in technology disruptions, particularly digital transformation. And therefore, many times I have used the word in this auditorium that after Matrudeva, Pitrudeva, Gurudeva, now mobile Deva Bhava. So that mobile is nothing but these are the digital changes for which we are accustomed now. But if carefully it has been utilized with AI, AI is a very big word. That is, under AI, it's a big umbrella. N number of the different aspects are there, like Chat GPT, DeepSeek, Deep Research, and even the advanced is that the robotics and everything. Now, this is what we are going to discuss today from the experts. But what challenges we are having today? The challenges are related with that this TechXplore Conclave is the platform to know and to understand with the present reality and little known and more unknown, and therefore unfolding of future that is related with that whatever is unknown that we have to explore today. This is an opportunity. And now I quote whatever is mentioned very thoughtfully in this particular brochure, that is, the TechXplore celebrates the spirit of discovery. See, the every word has its meaning. That is the spirit of discovery, a platform where ideas meet execution. And the executors are here today. Vision meets opportunity. And then talent meets mentorship. And this is the knowledge enriching and enlightening session for the young minds. It is a stage for young innovators to connect with leaders who are shaping the digital future, fostering a culture of learning, leadership, and lifelong curiosity. So, curiosity is a distinguished feature of human brains. And this curiosity will always beautify the standard of living as well as the comforts in respect of technology is concerned. So let us enjoy this day with the knowledge sharing, getting your curiosity and the n number of the questions which you are having. You can raise it, you can discuss it, and see that a lot of takeaway will take place today at the end of this conclave. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, to begin today's program, we invite the member of Technology Club, Balaji Institute of Technology and Management, Sri Balaji University, Pune, Mr. Vinayak Pawar, to address the gathering. Please welcome him with a round of applause.
Good morning, everyone. I, Vinayak Pawar, member of Tech Club at Balaji Institute of Technology and Management, Sri Balaji University, Pune. It gives me a great pleasure to welcome you all to TechXplore 2025, the Tech Conclave and Project X, our national level project competition. Today, BITM proudly brings together technology, innovation, and industry collaboration on one exciting platform. TechXplore 2025 is all about connecting students with the pioneers who are shaping the future of technology and inspiring us to think beyond boundaries. We are truly honored to host an outstanding panel of industry leaders, Mr. Ritik Badbyal, Chief Technology and Innovation Officer, Mastek, Mr. Sandeep Arora, Vice President, Capgemini, Mr. Anjan Biswas, Indian Innovation Lead, Amdocs, Mr. Abhijit Lavate, Head and Project Management, OSS Tech Mahindra, Mr. Amit Pradhan, Senior Vice President, IT and CIO, Dixon Technologies, Mr. Vasudev Kandalwaldi, Vice President and Head Delivery, Data and AI, GDC's Europe Delivery India, Atos, and Ms. Supriya Naman, Senior AI Engineering Manager, IBM. We are grateful to have such visionary leaders with us today, and we look forward to learning from their insights and experiences. We would also like to take this moment to thank our university leadership for their continuous support, our Chancellor, our Vice Chancellor, entire academic community, directors, deputy directors, deans, registrar, faculty members for always guiding us and motivating us. Along the conclave, we are proud to host Project𝕏, a national level project competition with 1 lakh rupees prize pool. This year, 42 teams from top institutions across India, including IIT Patna, IIT Guwahati, Velenka Institutes Mumbai, and many more, are here to present their innovative projects and prototypes before our expert panel. Project is just not a competition, it's a celebration for creativity and innovation, a platform that reflects what Sri Balaji University truly stands for: discipline, dedication, and determination. On the behalf of Tech Club, the BITM family, and Sri Balaji University Pune, I, Vinayak Pawar, once again extend a warm welcome to all dignitaries, guests, speakers, and participants. Let's make a TechXplore and Project𝕏 an inspiring and unforgettable experience. Thank you.
Thank you, Vinayak. Sri Balaji University Pune is built on a strong foundation of three core values: discipline, dedication, and determination. These values shape our approach to education, focusing on practical learning, turning, training, and nurturing the overall growth of our students.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is our privilege to introduce Sri Balaji University Pune's esteemed constituent institutes, which comprises Balaji Institute of Modern Management (BIMM), Balaji Institute of Technology and Management (BITM), Balaji Institute of International Business (BIIB), Balaji Institute of Management and Human Resource Development (BIMHRD), Balaji School of Arts and Sciences, Balaji School of Law, which produces exceptional student managers.
On this gracious occasion, we fondly remember our founder, late Professor Dr. Colonel A. Balasubramanian Sir, for his vision to impart quality education to the youth of our country.
May I now request our student manager, Ms. Bhakti, to introduce our guest.
Thank you, Lavisha and Abhishek. Good morning, everyone. I am Bhakti Sanjay Vagorde, Junior Student Manager at Sri Balaji University, Balaji Institute of Technology and Management. I am honored and privileged to introduce our esteemed guest, Mr. Ritvik Bhatpyar, Chief Technology and Innovation Officer at Mastek. Sir is an entrepreneurial and dynamic technology leader with over 26 years of experience in transforming enterprise systems into innovative digital solutions. He believes that software solutions come alive through the seamless interplay of events and states brought to life by microservices, consumable APIs, and a truly no ops environment. As a visionary technologist, Sir has led IT and engineering groups driving strategy and execution for large scale transformation initiatives. He successfully designed and delivered a productized travel and expense solution that redefined enterprise backend systems with an Uber like customer experience. A two-time founder and CTO, Sir built and scaled startups to successful exits, leading on engineering transformations and developing patented digital products. He has architected digital rollouts for global enterprises and holds multiple patents and copyrights in cloud, microservices, event architecture, and performance management. His expertise spans startup operations, software and solution architecture, product innovation, global delivery, and enterprise transformation, making him a driving force in technology led business evolution. Sir, the stage is all yours. Thank you.
First of all, thank you for inviting me. Uh, the student who introduced me, it was a LinkedIn. Uh, am I audible to the end? So it was a LinkedIn kind of a brief. I add 3 more years to that. Um, in this 29 years, there are lots of failures. I think she mentioned mostly the points that I wrote over there. So there are more failures that are there than the points that are written. And The way I structured today, whatever I'm going to say, I'll try to say what is going on in AI and how we see the board, the industry boards, the company boards, how they receive it, in what way, from an investment, from a focus standpoint, how the investors, that is the VC community, sees it and why. I'll try to touch upon few use cases where, just few use cases where I have some examples so that the practitioner's aspect is touched upon, and I'll try to mention few of my failures, and then probably I'll wind up. So that's the long and short of it. My request would be to probably focus more on the failures, because that's where probably taught me a lot while going through my journey. Before I start, there is a interesting mix that I could, when I turn around, I saw that I have a decent amount of play, probably some 11 companies I switched over. In that, um, Wipro, Infosys, L&T, ThoughtWorks, many of those companies lie, and I have seen it from a perspective of, though I call it, if I'm being very honest, uh, probably getting more salary, but very internally, I was actually going through a journey of how do I scale from a growth standpoint? How do my knowledge scales? How do I get more and more efficient? Though the translation was happening through a salary escalation. So very trivial, kiddish way of doing, seeing the things, but internally that kind of a growth was probably driving my movement from one company to another. So that was corporates. And slowly it tapered down, it got static, if you know what I mean. And that got mixed with an entrepreneurial stint, two stints, where I could exit financial. Now, in the world of startups, a financial exit is supposed to be a interesting milestone. Both the two, I had a financial exit, and that was like standing on the road and figuring out that how my propositions would be commercially valued. So that's the mix of experience I'm trying to humbly position to all of you and see if that makes sense. Well, I think most of the dignitaries, students, guests, all of you, once more, my uh, humble positioning that I could do, and uh, I think the previous speeches have been done, have been pretty informative. AI is, I'll strictly focus on AI. There are a few more technologies that we work on, but AI is definitely bringing in a big transformation. And in that transformation, we keep saying future is here, future is here, future. When cloud came, future is here. But truly, we could see that future is really knocking our doors. It's a very interesting shift that we are seeing from a convergence standpoint. AI is actually has changed our understanding that systems can be designed by us. So that means a bit of a top story activity that comes into play when we talk about design thinking or designs. But systems doing design and probably thinking and giving an output, this is the first time some systemic play is doing that. So that is a major shift, and probably that's the reason AI is playing all the cards. And a thinking system is a very interesting thing to have, both from a positive and negative standpoint. It converges. It is converging most of the things. It's not a technology that we should think about AI mostly. It is bringing both business and technology and creating an appliance story. You know appliance? So appliance essentially is when we mix hardware and software together. So something like an edge. Yeah. So and try to make it more interactional, because sometimes people say that uh, when I get into the discussion and the design based discussion, at times it needs some more clarifications. Yeah. So convergence is where we draw a lot of intersections with this AI technology and the business or domains in play. So we have AI at manufacturing in a particular way and AI at healthcare in a particular way. So those kind of trends we are seeing more happening. And that's where probably my next block, which is Sequoia. Sequoia is my batchmates are running Sequoia at India, and I'm very close to them. So with Sequoia as a business, venture capitalist, if you just go through their website, Sequoia has said three things, and I'll read them out. Infrastructure readiness. I think Professor Shirude has touched upon that. The foundational digital infrastructure is very widely deployed. So mobile, Deva Baba, or any of those networks are actually there. So essentially that enormous digital infrastructure is there, billions of internet users, global connectivity and massive data at scale. They are all in use. That's the reason it is one of the key dimensions that Sequoia considers to be important. A universal distribution. That is, you don't have to wait decades for adoption. The rails for deployment are already in place. So essentially, when somebody used to deliver something, previously it was very physical based delivery. Now, yes, digital based delivery came, and now it has various other channels that are in play. So the distribution has suddenly become very democratized. The broader profit pools. So AI now targets not just software, but also hardware and its services, meaning the economic impact will span the entire value chain. So when we talk about software, we sometimes miss out the stickiness element that comes with hardware, or probably the after effects of software adoption or hardware adoption, which is services. All those are distinctly separate. Now, all of them are connected. So moment all of that is connected, the unit economics, the economic part of it has a broader pool. So these are the three key elements for which a VC like Sequoia considers to invest on any kind of a solution. I'll come to the use case part, and this is where probably the most interesting thing comes, where the adoption has and there are many such use cases which are there. I'll probably pick up the finance. In the financial sector, there is a area that is really picking up, which is contact center. Now, in the earlier days, contact center or call center, the BPO business, at times we used to think that, oh, okay, this is like more of a cost center. There's not much of a profit over there. So live agents are sitting over there, handling calls and probably addressing the expectations of users. Now, let me just dissect that and see how and where intelligence coming into play. When a human agent interacts with a user who is like an old lady, like my mom, or probably somebody who is not very fluent in a particular language, in English language, or probably in Hindi language, the predominant ones in India, they speak about an expectation. So humans, the way this whole call center works is like there are blocks of addressal. So L0, L1, L2, maybe these terms you have heard. L0 is like, and every such block is with an SLA. I have to explain it this way because then I can say how intelligence is creeping in, how technology is creeping in. So L0 is like a 3-minute kind of a handling for a user's request. So let's say somebody wants some support for a laptop and gets into a call that my laptop is behaving, a different way. there is like 3 minutes in which my name, my address, and my some basic details gets captured. And then it goes to the problem statement, which has 11 minutes mostly, you know, give or take, it comes in L1 or L2. Now, in that kind of a time frame, if the behavioral attitude of either the user or the agent goes astray, that doesn't get completed. And the monetization or the commercialization of each of these blocks are very, very asphyxiated. And there are aberrations. So somebody didn't understand the name, which can be quite a complicated name, will, because it's human, it will go in different directions. Now let's say, let me replace this with system. The system now has to not only interact in a happy scenario, but also has to understand situations in a very intelligent way. So somebody who is raising a request for a laptop can also be just for the sake of it, I can say, what's the weather? Now the contextual, a human being could have actually said, yeah, the weather is okay or fine or not good, but why are you asking? Let me just again come back to the context of your laptop issue. So system also has to behave like that. Otherwise, that kind of a system transformation of a contact center will go astray. Now that is the kind of complexity which is getting solved by bringing in system. What is the upside? Suddenly, through the systemic behavior with the user, all the interactions actually are data packets which gets factored into for an upsell, for a cross sell, which a human being, because of its time considerations, were not being able to do. But because data is now coming in as a digital footprint, the upside is a cross sell and upsell. You know what I mean? So contact center transformation in a financial world is a very big play. I am actually working with a global giant in this BFSI space, financial space, where they are asking for multilingual call center transformation, which is currently having 100 agents, to be reduced to 4 agents handling 4 different languages. These languages are Polish, Romanian, Hungarian, and Czechoslovakian. Now, these are just an example. Imagine 100 agent transformation into a 4 agent kind of a systemic behavior, which will handle multilingual construct handling for all of those agents. Now, I explained a little while back how the system transformation needs to be done and how this is getting done as an expectation by users. So for the particular BFSI, the financial institute, there are a lot of benefits. For the agents, there is also a benefit. Now they can upscale themselves who are living in that contact center space, and now they are just the L3, L4. So it's not really replacement of jobs. The L0, L1 got shifted from a live agent, human agent, to a L3, L4, whose payment per minute suddenly got escalated. So for the live agents also, there is a typical business shift that is happening, and for the user, they are getting addressed 24/7. So beyond 6 p.m., they are getting addressed. So you see the what's in it for me for all the key stakeholders for this sudden transformation of contact center. Now that's what AI or very intelligent systemic behavior of a contact center is bringing onto the table. Manufacturing. I went to a situation where there is a big US company who were making parts. And the situation is that every part, if you really go into the details of a part, manufacturing parts, machine part, that machine part is a 16-digit alphanumeric code. Now, this 16-digit alphanumeric code has different breakups. The PAN numbers or Aadhaar numbers. In PAN numbers, each of these block really signifies some meaning. So similarly, in a machine part, which is 16-digit alphanumeric code, there are 7 block representation. One is like electrical block, the machine block, and each of them has different configurations and all, right? So now this 16-digit part, when some part gets sold 5 years back and somebody comes back, hey, you know what? My part is not really functioning well. Can I get a replacement? For a replacement of that part, a manual interaction of that part, breaking it down into 7 blocks and correlating with the backend information base, it takes 7 days, 6 to 7 days for that kind of a correlation. We have seen AI based transformation of that into exactly 2 to 3 minutes. So see the upside that is happening for a part replacement story in the manufacturing space. Now that's the impact for an AI that comes into play. Now this is manufacturing. Education. Education or higher education, it's a very interesting, relevant space where we see students at, during your time and all, we have seen how to get jobs. That was our that was our clear expectation, right? When we join a particular course, when we join a particular university, college and all. Now, what we join for though, we join for biotech, for example. But what is their expectation? That we'll get a job in biocon. Now, biocon, the JDs, what are floating around is, let's say, a quality assurance for healthcare products or healthcare certain devices. So you see the mismatch in biotech course. There may not be a real focus of the quality assurance part, maybe pockets, but may not be a deep focus of that. Whereas the expectation from the industry is something else. Now, to connect the dots is where AI comes into play, because for a particular course, if there are frill courses, frill trainings that need to be pulled in meaningfully, that's where the AI comes into play. Otherwise, a manual figuring out is a humongous job, because if the function of unknown, as Professor said, function of unknown can only be solved with a database. So if there are enormous amount of data, suddenly the unknown starts heading towards a known kind of endpoint, right? So essentially, a correlation of students, university courses, job descriptions from industry is like a triage that can be formed by bringing in trainings real time in an intelligent way. There are startups who are working on that. There is a solution, and we are working for interestingly with that kind of a participation with the university, with the government of Middle East, government of Saudi Arabia on that space. So those are the case studies, use cases. There are enormous amount of use cases that are in action at the business level, where outcome is becoming more and more intelligently derived using AI. I'll now call out a failure that I actually went through in my career. And while solving technology, that I faced from very close quarters. So engineering and business is not just the two dimensions that one needs to see in a solution. At least that's what I saw. So what happened was, I was the vice president for Wipro Technologies at that time, and I had all the necessary resources at my disposal. The entire travel and expense was being rolled into me. At that time, TK Korean was the CEO, and it was decided that we need to transform the travel and expense. A very interesting story, that travel and expense was from the CIO umbrella. It carries around 55% of the total portfolio of a CIO. So when I like every engineer in the mind, they quickly jump into the solution. As a quick jump into the solution, and what I found that instead of travel, which is ticketing primarily, and also includes hospitality, hotel stay and all, and probably expense management, I suddenly found that 31 business journey suddenly opened up 31 business departments that needed to be completely digitalized. Now, the people in those departments by nature has a gravity, because moment you digitalize a particular business department, there are job loss scenario and various other scenarios that come into play, which has nothing to do with engineering and business, by the way. Now, in that kind of a scenario, having a transformational story in place, one need to really architect from not just from engineering, business, from a change management standpoint. Now, that change management is essentially a very important dimension for a total solution, right? So that ended up me coming into a CIO kind of a conflict that it is my area and all. It has nothing to do with engineering, nothing to do with solutions with respect to the business or any other marketing aspect of it, the ones that we normally speak about in a true solution story. So that came into play. The employees came into play. I'll give you another example. The senior management who had always this kind of a situation that my personal assistant will probably solve the passport details which are not in the system, will take care in a back end way. That got solved. That was not getting solved, and HR made it an issue. So you see that change management of any solution suddenly became an important dimension. The reason I'm saying all these failures is that it's a very important aspect for a total solution, even if we are talking about AI or for that matter, any digital technology into consideration. I'll return to the investor block once more. The investors, VCs or angels, or probably any equity investors or PE firms, they actually speak about certain elements, that is, automate the routine, augment the human, and anticipate the future in every particular solution. So whatever we read, study, and all, I think these are the elements that they normally look forward to in every proposition that we do. I'll wind up by saying that in technology is great. Technology, specifically AI, is fine. But AI, which is a digitally embedded, impregnated kind of a technology into the whole business and the systems, a key area is you can actually push in both positives and negatives, like biasness. So ethical implementation of an artificial intelligence is where things can actually break in a different way. So responsible AI also makes an important parameter to be considered for the whole story. So what I said as a summary is that the lens from a VC, the various business intersections or the domain intersections, the aspects of change management and another side points that makes things a really solution driven in a little detailed way, in a little robust way. And finally, ethical AI. If I really consider AI, but most of these facets, most of these parameters holds equally good for any other technology led story that we consider. Coming back, when we talk about unfolding the technologies, I think be it AI, because AI is the important future today. It can be any technology that you consider, but these are the considerations that I feel one need to consider. With that, I conclude my speech, and thanks once again for inviting me. Thank you.
Now the house is open for questions.
I think that's the important point. Actually, questions make it much more robust and that would really feel that we really can move forward.
Good afternoon, sir. I'm Shruti Naikwadi from BIMM, currently pursuing digital marketing
Hi,
and
Shruti.
business side. Thank you, sir. And I wanted to ask, how does Mastek ensure that insights generated through analytics actually translate into better business decisions for clients? And what do you think stops companies using their data effectively?
The two questions that you said, how Mastek does, Mastek actually, and probably before I give the first answer, let me go with the second answer, that how or what is the right way to leverage data in a proper way. Data gets created at both at rest and both in motion. I think the way data becomes important is data becomes meaningful when a business context come into play, and there are multi departments that creates this data. The best way is to bring all that, to create a collaboration, a kind of a council with all the departments coming into play, to bring all of them together to make that data really meaningful in a 360-degree way. Otherwise, data in a silo will only give one particular, will address one particular facet of a business problem. Now, that's the response to your second question, second block of your question. The first block, Mastek is trying, not fully successful. I think Mastek is internally trying to bring all these collaborations in play. Again, change management is a problem, but then the more it gets done robustly, well, properly, I think the right outcome can come. Did I address your question or made sense to your? Okay. Any other question, please?
Hello, sir. I'm right here, sir, to your left. Hello, sir.
Yeah.
I'm still Senior Student Manager Rebecca Anthony from BITM.
Hi, Rebecca.
Sir, since you mentioned that you achieved a total solution through change management, so then why would you consider change management as a failure? Because through the lens that I see, improving processes is kind of increasing the capacity of the business. So why consider it a failure? In fact, it would be a great achievement, actually.
You are absolutely right.
Yes, sir.
I failed. Change management is not a failure. Change management is the right thing to do. I failed because I didn't adopt change management. I approached the solution story from an engineering lens and business lens and stayed over there. I couldn't adopt the change management. So that's the reason I think I failed. And you are right. Change management should be part of that three-pronged, let's call it three-pronged angle. That is engineering, business, and change management to assure process, domain impacts economically or commercially, and engineering impact through the engineering aspect. So you are right.
Yes, sir. So, sir, you achieved the total solution, right?
No, I did not. I couldn't adopt change management. I failed in not adopting change management,
Okay.
which I later understood.
Okay. Okay. Thank you, sir.
Sure. Any other questions?
Now we will conclude this session of question and answers.
I think we'll take one more last.
Yeah.
Good morning, sir. I am Om Jaiswal from BITM, specializing in digital marketing and business analytics. So my question is, how do you ensure innovation scalability, turning great ideas into sustainable market-ready products?
Lovely. Okay, so okay. I'm just thinking to give you the right response. See, one angle is the gut feel. That is what I can say very honestly. That's what suddenly comes inside me as an individual. So I'll touch upon the method a little later, but the gut feel angle comes through experience. So the 29 years, which is a mix of corporate and standing on the road, is what makes me feel that this is that candidate where the adoption is probably would scale. Now let me translate it into method. Methodically, there are certain scenarios where I see the client, the recipient of the solution, if there is a scale involved in that, that is a big trigger to identify such candidates. For example, contact center is like a agent driven. not footprint-driven pricing. I think I got it. So footprint-driven pricing, anything which is project-based, footprint-based pricing.
I'm truly honored to extend my heartfelt appreciation to our distinguished guest of honor, Mr. Ritvik Badbal sir, for gracing our university. Being strategic planner, leadership development, diversity and inclusion initiatives, and aligning talent management with the overall business strategy. Your insightful perspectives have broadened our understanding and encouraged critical thinking. Sir, your contribution in shaping the future leaders is invaluable. Allow me to underscore the salient insights distilled from this enlightening session. The idea of upside transformation in manufacturing through AI illustrated the vast potential of technology to boost productivity. Technical issues often deeper management truths. Let this be the catalyst for future ventures. With deep gratitude, we celebrate the success of today's session, knowing that the inspiring and motivating thoughts will resonate in our endeavors, propelling us towards new heights. We are grateful for your generosity in sharing your time and expertise with us today. Thank you, sir.
With these words, we would like to conclude innovation starts with curiosity, grows with persistence, and transforms into reality through technology. The future belongs to those who build it. Thank you. Thank you so much.
It is our pleasure to welcome Mr. Sandeep Arora, sir, Vice President Head, Telecom and Industry Platform Capgemini, to Sri Balaji University, Pune, a prior institution dedicated to excellence in education and research.
May I now, may I now request our Honorable Dr. G.K. Shurude sir, our Vice Chancellor of Sri Balaji University, Pune, to welcome our guest of honor.
May I now request our Senior Student Manager, Ms. Stuti Jan, to introduce our guests.
Thank you, Lavish.
Spend few minutes to understand. So we have mostly known technology as an enabler or as a new tool that comes around, right? That's how we have seen technology. But I think this is for the very first time that technology, the new technology, is becoming so advanced that you can almost compare it to a teammate, right? And this is not my opinion. This is where I want to really bring you and other models to maybe get some inspiration for some of your answers, if not write the answers. How many of you? Yeah, some are hesitant still. Some are no. I just don't do that. That's lowly stuff. Yeah. Yeah. So quite a few of you are already doing it. I'll share with you something from the broader industry again here. Just go 2 years back, and it will tell you about the pace of growth of this technology. Just 2 years back in 2023, generative technologies used to be at a 6% kind of adoption level. 2023. Yeah. Fast forward to this year, 2025. Gen AI is adopted by 30% organizations already. Happened, right? Now, if we just double click within the telecom sector itself, we have doubled in the usage of that. And you would ask, why is this happening? Why is this like 6% has become 30%? And this is worldwide data, which is massive. So it's not just you using it for your personal use, companies are using it at a scale. And the answer is in the third point, is because the technology is so mature, it does things so efficiently that, there is a lot of satisfaction in the adoption. So that's all good. It's a very, very impressive technology. What is your opportunity right now as you join the next company? The problem with which is happening right now with the Gen AI is the cost. So while the adoption is impressive, 30% have already done that, but 70% are yet to take that journey. And while they take the journey, they're going to be very, very mindful of the cost that they will have to spend. So some of you could pick maybe this as your specialization. That fine, I won't probably develop the Gen AI models. Maybe bulk of that has already been done. Maybe there are more specialized skilled people to do that. But maybe you can focus on driving the cost part of the return on that investment. And I'll just double click on that point a little bit. There are a couple of ways in which you can choose to specialize on the cost side of it. One is very simple, something very simple, right? Almost every week, every month, whichever company you join in, whichever industry, something new is coming out. That's the reality of our time. You can choose to focus on prioritizing, which are the really important ones, which are the ones which give you the optimal kind of cost benefit on that investment, and which are the ones that maybe could be done next year or year after that. That could be one angle that you can take. Another angle that you can take is try to research or read up a little bit on different pricing models, because guess what? All AI is not equal. As much as you think, from a application, from a usage angle, it might look very similar to each other, but then the reality is different tools, different pricing structure. So you can choose to read up and develop a point of view, an angle on what are those different pricing models, and how can I, when I join my first job, how can I help my company think better about those pricing models? So another important angle. Third angle that you can take is, I'll give you one example here. Anybody heard of that 15 billion investment by Google in India? Yeah. Where is that happening? Vizag. Yeah. 15 billion is no small number. You want a piece of it. Yeah. You want to be in on that action. Absolutely. And what does it tell you, that 15 billion? Cloud is far from being, so we have been hearing about cloud for 15 years, good 15 years, and I've been working in that. You would have heard of that. You might think that, hey, look, cloud is yesterday's technology. Today's thing is AI. I've got to focus on AI, because everybody's talking about it. But guess what? Google is putting 15 billion in just this country, and that's just one example. So what is happening at the moment is you have to let it sink in. Whatever cloud infrastructure has been built so far, all that is going to magnify, and magnify big time, with numbers you can't even imagine at the moment. And what you can choose to maybe specialize a little bit on is, how can you learn more about this auto scaling and the benefits of cloud, and how can you help companies derive that with their AI investment? That's another wide space. It is a real problem, and if you can come in with maybe as part of your projects or the work that you do, if you can come up with something in that space, believe me, there will be a lot of takers, not just your own company, but the broader industry as well. So now some more industry data. Lot of optimism for sure. Yeah. So 85% executives, and again, global data, let it sink in. 85% executives are not just using it, but they're saying it's going to hit our core processes really soon. 85%, right? So there is a strong intent there. For multi-agent, that orchestration kind of example I spoke about with Siemens, where it's not just deploying agents, but doing the whole orchestration of multiple agents. The percentage is slightly less, but that's almost like half the companies. They want to go in that direction. So what is going to be important now is that when this thing is getting deployed, either as a standalone agent or the synchronized or orchestrated AI agents, all industries are going to move toward a concept which is called autonomous. Anybody heard of self-driving cars? Yeah, yeah. Which company? All right. And yes, and yeah, quite a few of those. Yeah, it's been happening. So self-driving cars, also called autonomous cars, basically a very smart machine which is able to detect a lot of things real time and maneuver in the streets. Right? So that's an automotive industry example. In telecom industry, where I and some of our colleagues have worked on, there's this concept of autonomous networks, which is that all this massive infrastructure of cell phone towers, routers, data centers, a lot of machinery there. It becomes so smart that anytime a problem is about to happen, it's able to detect and self-heal itself without much of human involvement. But guess what? We are not there with autonomous systems today, which means in next 3 to 5 years, there's going to be solid effort by most industries to get to what they call autonomous level 5. Loosely, it is at that level. You can maybe focus on this one, and this will be another opportunity as well. That how do you start sort of capitalizing on this trend of every company moving to what they call autonomous operations? Yeah. And the reason I'm sharing so many different examples is because one thing I've learned out of my own education experiences, as much as we all read the same books, same content, same syllabus, but we all end up taking our own path. And that's really guided by, what resonates with you is very different from what resonates with me to what resonates with the other person, right? So you can, even if you're able to pick just one or two of that, which maybe lies closer to your interest area, you have a good chance to leave a lasting mark on the industry. Hey, so if that was scary, the 85% adoption was scary, maybe something to cool down the nerves. Yeah. Heard of Andrew Ng? Anybody? Yes, yes. Yeah. So he happens to be a very well-known authority on AI, very, very respected authority. And Andrew Angus, and again, I go back to how I started, that there is so much of complexity, there's so much of data, information being thrown at us. It's so easy to get confused and lose our way. And when we lose our way, we just pick up whatever comes next, right? We don't think, we don't proactively plan for it. So let's listen to what Andrew is telling us. Andrew is telling us very clearly, and he's somebody, if there is somebody who knows internals of this AI advancement, what is really happening under the hood, how far this thing has come, it's him. And he's telling you very clearly that AI will only automate or augment 20 to 30% of the tasks. And humans are still needed. In 2025, humans are still needed for 70% of those. But what those 70% is not going to be served to you. It's going to be a lot of, because industry also doesn't have all the answers. So the expectation will be if you can pick up any of those white spaces that I spoke about and start bringing some value, start bringing a viewpoint, your own thought leadership, then there is a lot of work to be done for 70% of the roles. some data points from other industries. I'll probably skip that one. I mean, I think we established that adoption is happening, so I'll skip the real industry examples. Um, and I want to make another point now, right? So fine, we established that for 70% we have to apply ourselves, we have to each figure out our own path, and that path is going to be different. But what is going to be key as you try to discover that path for yourself is what is that balance for you? What does that mean? Because you do certain activities today. Let's say you start your job tomorrow. Maybe you start with 10 activities as part of the job. I think the question that you will have to answer for yourself as an individual is which of those activities I can reasonably automate, something which is fairly structured and hence I can take help from technology, and which of those activities make me uniquely me, which is that unique value which I add, which is that thing which is maybe it's creativity, maybe it's something else. So you as an individual will have to take that call and find that balance. That is at the individual level. But guess what? It all magnifies because companies are just made up of individuals like you and me. Companies are also taking that call. What is the right balance for them? How much they would automate and how much they would keep to what maybe makes the DNA unique to that company. It's something which has worked for decades and decades. No company wants to let go of that. There are certain values, there's a certain way in which they work. So the balance is going to be extremely key. I'll leave with you a couple more points which are good for you to think about. So adoption, excitement, intent, all that is fine. One of the gap at the moment also is in our ability to trust these things because they just become all too smart, all too suddenly, which is, I mean, for us humans, I think we love to do things gradually. We establish relationships gradually, we establish trust gradually. So when something happens all too sudden and it looks good, it looks impressive, there's this element of it, but can I really trust it in all situations? Can I just go blindly with that? There is a deficit at the moment. And there's work to be done in establishing the right kind of governance policies, right kind of governance structures. So that's one area which you might also, want to focus on. And closely tied with trust is also this concept of ethics. So, I mean, and we hear so much about ethics, right? And it's a big word, it's a lofty word. But my loose, very simple translation of ethics is, am I doing the right thing or not? That's ethics, right? So you answer that at an individual level, you answer that as an organization level. What is the right thing to do? Is the right thing to do that we include everybody's viewpoint? Do we take feedback from all the various stakeholders and not just think about the technology organization alone? That's one way to interpret that. But this is, if you look at some data from industry, what companies are telling us today that 39 to 42%, only those many companies are actually monitoring that in some way or the other, which means rest of the companies are not doing it. Question for you is, what can you do when you join the workforce to help those companies get better? All right. And maybe I scared a little bit more. So now the opportunity flashlights again. All said and done, one of the reasons we hear so much about this technology is that there is a lot of money to be made. There's a ton of money to be made. You just look at some of these data points. 450 billion in value by 2028, in just 3 years' time. You look at the impact on global economy. And these numbers are not just some, let's say if you spend $100 today, tomorrow you will spend 70. It's not just the efficiency gain. It is the creation of net new economic value, value which does not exist today. So those of you who are very keen to join startups, you know, very interesting ideas will come up, very interesting projects will come up, which will really challenge our notion of how work is done today and how we can use these digital teammates to create new economic value. Right? So very, very real opportunity. Right, if the clicker works. One maybe for some of you are specializing in HR as well. Yeah. So one other interesting thing which I see happening is, while these things are so ultra smart, so efficient, but the way we have established our organizations is a slightly hierarchical way of operating. Now, when you have these smart agents and the orchestration of agents, you probably will need to flatten that structure a little bit. Again, like most those things, the answers don't exist today. You will have to figure it out along the way. But those of you with HR specialization might maybe want to pick this one up. That how can you rethink the entire organization design? Because just a bolt-on approach that, okay, I used to run this process and I'm going to deploy agent on that process, that probably is not going to work. So we'll have to think of, okay, we got so used to calling it HR department. Maybe one stretch of imagination, the HR department becomes the HDR department in future, right? Human and digital department, maybe, or something like that. All right, so I think, how are we doing on time? So maybe I'll just share a few closing ideas now. Yeah, so maybe just few parting thoughts here. So change, of course, is big, is massive. The opportunity is real. But the good thing is there is a lot of work still to be done. It's not that answers are all coming to us the moment you join your first job. It's all defined, and then somebody tells you what is the job that you have to do. You will have to do a lot of figuring out. So my main message here today is this is one of the biggest technology shifts of our time, and we'll have to first get used to that. Whatever we used to rely on another human as a teammate to do, now there's these digital things which will come. So we will also have to train ourselves to operate in a hybrid kind of a team structure, and that is a massive work to be done. Yeah. So those were few white spaces I wanted to leave you with. I know there's a lot of information out there, but my goal here was that give you something simply, and not just my opinion, not just another opinion from industry, but give you some real data points on what is happening today globally, what are the white spaces, and what you can pick up as your next big opportunity. Yeah, so with that, I conclude it.
Now the house is open for questions.
First one is hard, and maybe somebody is already drawing a business plan for one of the white spaces. Yes. We need a mic in the third row.
Sir, I'm pursuing specialization in data science and business analytics. So you said that generative AI adoption rate has increased to 30% in 2025. We saw a case of Deloitte where they had to partially refund $440,000
Yeah.
to the Australian firm. So my question would be, how exactly do the pioneers in AI industry solve the issue of validation and authenticity of content generated by AI? Because that's an issue we all face, in term of citations or the academic papers, that is fiction
Yeah.
by generation.
Yeah. No, I mean this is again one of the points, right? So what we where we are at is we are so excited about this new thing and the fact that it does it instantly that we almost fall in love with the solution itself without doing proper governance and proper due diligence on, is it really going to work in all the cases? Is it picking up the factual stuff or is it also making stuff up along the way? And hence, we need to really be thorough in the governance structures, the governance frameworks that we have to lay out. And like I said, we are not robust in that yet. And one example came out, unfortunately, in our times, any mistakes like that, instantly come in the public domain. So the damage, the reputational damage of something like that is enormous. But the focus, I think, has got to be how do I make more robust governance frameworks so that those things have checks and balances of being caught internally before something like that ever goes in the public domain. So yeah, maybe you could choose that space.
Thank you, sir.
Thanks.
Hello, sir. Sir, at your right.
Oh yes, yeah.
I am Siddhi Oswal from Digital Marketing and Business Analytics. As Capgemini recently strengthened its analytics and AI capabilities, I want to know how does Capgemini combine BA with marketing insights to help clients see real measurable growth, not just campaign numbers?
Say it again if I'm not sure if I got it. Yeah.
How does Capgemini combine BA with marketing insights to help clients see real measurable growth, not just numbers?
Yeah. So the market insights for the client impact. Yeah. So a few things there. One is because of how advanced this thing is, um, it will be a mistake to think that you can really solve all of it internally. Right. So one of the ways to attack this problem is to really take what I call as an ecosystem approach. There are a lot of partners, there are a lot of companies which do one thing well, for that insights, for that analytics. How can we piece together the best of what each partner has to offer and take it to ultimately offer those kind of benefits, and metrics enhancement for the client? So that is one approach. Second is, the AI is all cool and shiny, but end of the day, it really doesn't work unless you have good foundations in place. That's old school, right? So the data which is feeding everything in. So another way to look at this is that, have I really taken steps to clean up my data, massage it, and is it all properly indexed, etc., so that when it gets fed to AI, the insights and the analytics it generates is of certain quality. So those are two things I would say to that.
Thank you, sir.
Another question there.
Hello, sir. I'm Senior Student Manager Rebecca Anthony from BITM. Sir, I see that there's a lot of paradox in the job market. While, as you mentioned, that there are few workforce that seem to match the job role, while few job roles that don't seem to work with the workforce. And there are those job roles that seem to be threatened with AI. So, sir, as a student and who would like to have an entrepreneurial perspective, so what could be those things that I should take in to understand that how I can collaborate AI in my, say, a new startup if I want to start something?
Yeah. And this is a classic thing which all of us as maybe there's some engineer in us. Even if we don't pursue engineering formally, there is an engineer in all of us. And there is a big tendency for that engineer persona that we have is to fall in love with the technology or solution first. Because this happens to be the latest thing, everybody's talking about it. I want to do something in my startup using AI. But I think for us to be really successful in your entrepreneurial journey as well is if you first obsess a lot more on what is the problem that you're going to solve. And who are you going to solve the problem for? If you understand your customer, if you understand what and which customer and why are you doing it, then AI maybe happens to be part of the answer. So for you to have more success, my advice would be that let's define the problem space first, because technology can do maybe 100 things. You might not need maybe 10 or 15 of those, but let's understand what business problem you're trying to solve first. Be very clear on that, and that has to be closer to your conviction as well. It has to be closer to your passion as well. So I would not get confused with, hey, this JD is telling me this, that JD is telling me that. We take lot of external feedback. I would go back to what is my internal gut telling me, what is the problem that I really understand well, and then I'll plug in whatever happens to be the technology. And you will find, good thing is, you don't have to do all of it yourself. There's a lot of help available within the partner and ecosystem that can take you along the way. But let's start with the problem.
Sure, sir. Thank you so much.
With this answer, we would like to conclude this session of question and answers. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you. May I now request Dr. Rajeshwari Patil ma'am, Deputy Director BITM, to felicitate our guest of honor with the token of appreciation.
Thank you, sir. May I now call upon our Senior Student Manager, Ms. Bhakti, to put forward the vote of thanks.
Thank you, Lavisha and Abhishek. I, Bhakti Vagurde, Junior Student Manager at Balaji Institute of Technology and Management, Sri Balaji University, Pune, am truly honored to extend my heartfelt gratitude to our distinguished guest of honor, Mr. Sandeep Arora sir, for gracing today's session with his valuable presence. Your deep insights on AI adoption have truly inspired us. Your words have broadened our perspectives and motivated us to think beyond conventional boundaries. Allow me to highlight a few takeaways from today's enriching session. We understood that while AI is powerful and widely adopted, cost optimization remains a key challenge and an area for opportunities for young professionals. We are encouraged to identify and pursue the areas that personally resonate with us, reminding us that even though we study the same subjects, each of us can create our own unique path. And lastly, to combine technology with our personal touch, ensuring that while machines handle the routine, we focus on what makes us truly human and innovative. Let this session be the beginning of many more meaningful engagements ahead. Thank you and wishing everyone a wonderful day ahead. Thank you, sir.
Dear students, you may now proceed for lunch. Enjoy your meal and come back at 1:35 p.m. It's lunch break.
Hurry up, everybody. I want all these students to set.
because that is more important. People miss it out, and you guys have to make it happen. So, so how if Perplexity today is giving free through tie-up with Airtel, it is to mine data. Each one of you, when you are using it free and you are finding it, wow, it is unlimited. And when Jio started giving unlimited data without charging anything, people were saying, tomorrow these guys will, Mukesh Ambani will just cheat us and take money from us. It's already 10 years. Still Jio is the cheapest service. Still we say, no, tomorrow Mukesh Ambani will cheat us. So we are so gung-ho on getting free. How will business work when, as businessmen, you have to create profits, right? But you cannot, as a consumer, like something which is charged. You want free. As a consumer, I want everything free. As a businessman, I want to create profit. Isn't it a paradox? Do you think it's a paradox? If I have to sell something to you at say $100, a new technology, you will not take it. Free, I'll take it. So how do I monetize that? Till now, Google was giving everything free and they were monetizing the ads. Because page rank algorithm would make you come on the first page and people will see you. They won't go to the second or third page. So people were paying ads, money through that advertisement. And this is a circular economy that is happening. So you have to understand how technology is commercialized, because then ethics also comes in. So in this, if you see, there are different marks, less than 2 years, 2 to 5 years, 5 to 10 years, more than 10 years. And on top of the hype, there are certain internal developer portals, machine customers, GitHubs, AI augmented software. But the funny part is, after the peak, there is a fall. The whole thing falls. When this falls, the valuation goes down. And the huge bloodbath. So if you hear from stock exchanges, there $2 billion, $700 billion was wiped off. What was wiped off? It was no money. It was just the imaginary value. And people are crying. Who is crying? The retail investors who sell when there is a loss, when there is a drop. The people who are trying to bring it down, they actually buy stocks and push it up again by circulating the money within themselves. So who pays for all the losses of the world? The retail customers. Remember this. And as businessmen, as strategists, you have to understand how to utilize this. Okay. So whenever generative AI is falling, by the way, if you see, it's going to fall down. It will come to the lowest part, trough of disillusionment, where nothing would be seem to be working. People won't be putting funds there. They won't be. It may die also. Few technology advancement which were very important may die at this phase. And then comes slope of enlightenment. Slowly, there are a lot of technology you'll find which has really come up and stabilized, and they are bringing in real value. World today is far better than what it was 100 years back. And we don't realize it. If you realize that, even we will be balanced in our consumption. We have to be conscious consumers of technology, and we want to be ethical businessmen of technology, right? So if you see the hype cycle of 25, if you see, there are a lot of new technology coming in, which are at the hype. So be aware of this. Don't just try to unmindfully consume this technology. Understand this. Be aware of it. If you're into stock market, you are trying to build a business on fintech stock market, maybe you can make money out of this. Who will pay for this? All your friends who don't understand this, right? From engineering colleges. Okay. It was just a joke. So there will always be a majority of people who will be very gullible to all these kind of things. And the intelligent people will know how to balance it, make it win-win, but also make money out of it. How much time do I have? How much, till what time I have? Till 3? Yeah, just. So technology masterclass I can give separately, which will be on a very specific technology. It cannot be a generic session. Everybody will have a different thing. So I did not create some coding algorithm on to give you guys. So what I wanted to speak, and I shared my thoughts with a few people when I was judging the event also. is the design thinking mindset. What it helps? It helps in solving human-centric problem. We are human, so it helps in solving our own human-centric problem also. When we understand it properly, it helps in solving other humans' problems, it helps in solving our own problems. And it helps in solving the global problem also, because till now, human is at the center for everything. We get viral infections, machines don't. Slowly, we will be less, machines will be more, right? But at least now we need to be having this mindset, which is very, very important for innovation to work. Innovation which is ethical. And there is a fourth circle, which is not part of this, but I'll just talk about it. So whenever you are ideating, where will you start from? Any quick answers? Which circle you will start from? People? Why? But this tech fest, right? Technology it should be. Who is it for? Okay, thank you. Yes, good answer. It should start from people. How do we know what people desire? Their desires are very, very high. It can go somewhere. I'll want to go to Moon and Mars and stay there. So people desirability is when you are actually finding a problem to solve, which is related to people, not related to technology, because we are not putting it at technology. We see some problems and we really genuinely want to. And the most meaningful innovation happens when that problem starts for myself. If I see a problem in me, I want to save myself. I want to make it solvable for me. And I have solved it, then I scale it. Where I can scale, this people desirability works. And this circle is actually the core of this circle is called empathy. The word empathy, if you see, design thinking is starting from empathy. And empathy can have many different connotations. People think empathy, sympathy, compassion, all are same, or they mix between it. Or they say empathy is when you understand from somebody else's shoes. You cannot wear somebody's shoes and it will come up, all the information comes up. It is about, if you want to say, it is about leaving behind your own ideas of what, or assumptions or judgments, and understanding what the problem of that person is at the current moment. People generally ask, what do you want for the future? Never ask this question when you are doing empathy. Always ask the question, what you are feeling now, doing now, and what are your actions now? You ask them or you observe them from somewhere else and see how they're, give them a ball or a product or something or a website and see what they're doing, how they're navigating it, how they're speaking to a chatbot. Just observe them. You will find a lot of things, and go for extreme people who are cursing the product or technology or who are really happy with it, and create a pattern. That is empathy. Then you understand what are supposed to be handled in this solution or idea. So it starts from people desirability. Then it goes to who? Anybody? Technology? How many feel technology? Raise your hands. How many feel business? Okay. Yes, it should be business viable as a second step. The reason is, if there is no person to buy it, the consumers, the segments, or no people to finance even the prototype, it is not going to work. There should be a what's in it for me for the business houses also, or any financial, seed funding, angel funding, recommend something, or your parents or your friends, whoever. So this is very important to understand that technology comes last. Even if it is a TechXplore program that is happening, your entry point has to be from a problem which is human centric, desirable by users. The user research is very important. Market research then is very important. And then technology, what it fits. Okay. So today's scenario, we are swamped with artificial intelligence, all of you. If you even think, we are every day we think that phone is becoming artificial intelligent, Apple is behind, Android is far ahead, Samsung is going this side, all the products they are tying up, all these things come up. But what is it? I'll try to give it's a very small, simple diagram. I have not complicated it. You have ANI, which is natural intelligence, which was very primitive. Then you have AGI, which is general intelligence, where reasoning capability is needed. And that is their thinking. In the hype curve, it is said maybe in 10 hours, by 2030, we'll have general intelligence, where it can do reasoning. We have generative currently happening. A lot of images, new images are coming up. You can generate your letters, your content, your stories, your answers, everything. And somebody asked me how to clear exams because my friend will use generative AI and answer the questions. Then what is the competitive edge? I said, but that will be tested by also generative AI, right? So teachers are not needed, students are not needed. What is needed then? But there are a lot of flaws in this. So your transformer, GANs, is it beneficial? Yes, absolutely. All these technologies are really beneficial if you understand it fully. And then if you see ASI, which is super intelligence, when it goes above our human intelligence, our super humans who are there already, it's better than that. It's like God. So there is a new concept called artificial consciousness, which is coming up. Is it really going to work? Yeah, for most of the people, everything, all of this will work because we are anyway artificial. So when we generally mug up everything, we try to just checkbox things. Machines can mimic us and fake it back to us, and we will feel mirror it. When it is mirroring, we'll say, "Wow, this is nice." There is a new series called Mahabharata on Jio Hotstar. Anybody saw the first episode? Can you imagine? Fully AI. The characters we don't need. What will happen to the people who were the models for ads? Just take ads. So one thing in that, any flaw you found in that? Not perfectionist, but any flaw which can give away that it is not AI, it's AI generated. Anybody found a flaw there? Quick one. Emotions were really perfect. It was very nice. We emote that way also. Humans also emote that way. All the expressions, creases and eye creases and all were there. Something very, very unique. I just want to tell you, but first I give a chance. Anybody? Not huh? Perfection anyway, we are humans are not perfect. Dialogues, you are close, but what was that? Accent? No, that was lip sync is also. No, that editor is bad. So close. So if you see image, yeah, it was there. Means I showed it to my wife. She said, "Wow." Then I said, "It's AI generated." Oh, whoa, how? So emotions were there. As needed, it will become better and better. One thing which is on the dialogue is very important. If you see the inside the lips, if you see, because there are less images of that part. So when the person is speaking, it is not able to generate that. And that is a giveaway. It's not the lip sync problem. It's inside how the image is getting generated. That will also be taken care of very soon because there is a very simple problem I was talking also about. If you give a chat GPT to generate a clock face with a time which is very, very like arbitrary, 2:35 p.m. or something like that, it will generate 10:10 p.m., 10:10 clock face because that is what it has trained on. Then you say, no, you are wrong. Tell chat GPT at the second prompt, you are wrong, correct it. So it will do something, but it won't be able to correct it because it does not have reasoning capability. It will pick up something else. So generative AI is not, it can just fake it in a pattern which if we are fake, we cannot detect what it is. So classical machine learning is something of this. There is supervised, unsupervised. When we were children, we used to do both. Now we do only supervised. Do we do unsupervised learning? Any of us? Any of you do unsupervised learning? Segmentation is later. Supervised, unsupervised. Anybody thinks of doing unsupervised learning? You go out and just freak out trying to discover. or your set pattern. Somebody has told me it has to be this way. These are the things, these are the rules, exactly this has to be done. Everything is supervised. Hardly we are genuine human beings who do supervised learning. We used to do it in our childhood. But machines are now being trained this way. And these are the way algorithms to do it. I won't go deeper into it. This was the beginning, but suddenly something happened which changed the whole game. 2017, this paper came out from a team in Google. It's called Attention is All You Need. This attention algorithm found out a way to make generative AI possible. You can research on it. I won't go deeper into it because we will have paucity of time. So this paper, if you go through it, you will understand how our human brain is being mimicked, how our chain of thoughts, context setting, everything is done in a very, very fast way and giving answers super quick. So the thing that changed was artificial intelligence was generally working very nice for machine learning, deep learning, everything was happening. Only thing is there was no human interface. Normal human beings like us, we were not able to get into the things. Now we are able to interact, and that has changed the whole ball game. Because now we are able to interact with the consumer, it is now a super shift in the whole technology space, where somebody said humans may not be needed at all. And then we have part of that, how to make these machines who are now able to interact just like humans to be sensible also. They may be able to churn out the language, the decoder. We have this encoder decoder thing, but how to make it sensible? So there has to be a human in the loop. So it is reinforced learning through human feedback. So humans have to get feedback, and there is a mechanism called your rewards and punishments. So it understands that way that I did it wrong, and it doesn't understand actually. It's a mathematical vector which actually tries to put the weightage of the reward based on what has happened. It is able to maintain the context. Why it matters? Human values aligned, unpredictable behavior, AI responses. What is the challenge? Bias is the biggest challenge that is there, because the way we behave, if we are bad, the machine also learns to be bad. Like children learn it, right? They always observe their parents, what they're doing. Without the parents knowing, they start mimicking that. Machines also do that. And they have bigger scale of content to be more biased. Cost ambiguity, cost is a bigger thing because it's an environmental issue also. The cost is really going high. What are the use cases that we have? Traditional ML for making decisions. We have this area, fraud detection, customer lifetime value. On this side, generative. Generative everybody is using these days. By the way, the usage has really gone up, and India is really helping the American companies to become better and better, which is good. We survive, but we want to go to America. And there is something as an overlap, recommendation engine, demand casting, forecasting. We need this in our telco also. For Amdocs is totally into this because we want to tell what is the right thing for people to consume. What did I put it here? I'll quickly go through it. So these are the capabilities that are there in generative AI, and there are limitations. It still does not understand. Generative AI cannot understand. It does not have a life. It does not have consciousness. It can just fake, mirror what we do. By the way, mirroring is good. Someday humans will see their mirror and say, oh, we are so bad, and maybe we will become better. That is one optimistic view of AI, generative AI. So with paucity of time, I won't go into this. This is something which is there on the net also. So what happens is, the most important thing now is asking the right question. And what I do personally, I ask the negative question. I ask generative AI or ChatGPT to criticize me. If my chain of thoughts is like this, please criticize me. And that makes it a whole lot of different. It is very abusive. You won't know how aggressive it can be. It will criticize left, right, center. You might not have even thought of it. But that creates a balance. And I've told a lot of students that don't look for an affirmative answer. Create something from your thoughts, because we need to practice our own. We don't need to lose our human touch, and validate. Take it as a sparring partner. When we do in martial arts, we have a sparring partner. You learn any kind of martial art, you have a sparring partner to make you better. Use technology to make you better, not outsource your capabilities to it. So always ask it a question to criticize you, and without being afraid of you, it will criticize you, and then don't scold it later on. So asking the right question is even more crucial now. How to build applications with LLM, which is large language model, which has taken now multimodal has come. Language it started with text, now it has become multimodal. So in Amdocs, we are doing certain around this. We are prompt engineering, chain of thoughts, shots, few shots, many shots, multi shots. It's about giving examples. When you prompt giving examples, it's better and better. It's more accurate. So the RAG model is to keep your IP on your side without training the American companies. You can get the context of it. So, so these are few areas: domain expert assistance, Q&A bot, native LLM capabilities. These are few areas we are working on, and these are for application building. And these will be future areas also, near future, because very soon technology may change also. So don't be just thinking around the skills of AI or LLM. Don't just try to be skilled. Try to be competent and capable on all the things that are coming around technology. The last slide. 7 AI tools I regularly use. Genuinely, I use it because there are hundreds and thousands of tools around, all promising everything possible. You can create an AI tool and put it in Android and say that this will do everything for you. So I use ChatGPT, basic question answer. I don't trust it fully, but it gives the basic one. And then I can do deep research on Perplexity. It has a research mode, which will pick up and do all kind of validations. So you can actually pick up things from one tool to another tool, take it and then do deep research. So your curiosity, asking question capability, all those things will remain. It has to remain. You cannot just trust AI to give you the best answer. Do all the research and find out what is the right thing. Perplexity I use for deep research. Then I use MS Copilot, that is our internal Amdocs Copilot. Wherever there is a IP issue, possible IP issue, we use Copilot internally. Microsoft has really done good on this. There are a lot of glitches, but as Microsoft is famous for, but it still gives an advantage. Then I use Claude for coding. If I need to do some coding and some genuine criticism, I use Claude. It's good. It does a good criticism. Emily, a lot of agents are there in Emily. It's from Google. You can do certain marketing messages and some kind of production PRD. There are a lot of small agents that can be used by Emily, but it is a paid one. So you have to subscribe to it to use it. Something which took away my mind was Figma Make. There is a huge community and it's a creative community. It's for designers, but Figma Make is just using prompts. You can create a workable, testable prototype hosted on their servers with downloadable code. You can create the full end-to-end business flow of your concept. If you want to give a demo to anybody tomorrow, you can use Figma Make. Very powerful tool. And the last one, Notebook LM. It's again from Google. It has amazing voice capabilities. I just gave my resume to it, and the way the podcast was created of 12 minutes, the people were talking about me. I felt wow. It will make you feel wow, even if your resume is very, very boring. You can give it a book. It will create a small podcast around two-person conversing, and with all the human expressions of sound, the aha and the pauses and everything is done very well. And it can give you a full understanding of the book. The only thing I suggest is After reading the book, please give it to a notebook LM. Don't give it before reading the book, because that will take away the whole fun of your learning. And then you can always revise with that. It will create mind maps. It will create a lot of, you can query it. You can resolve your doubts. All those things are possible. So these are the 7 tools I regularly use in my day-to-day work. There may be a few other to Canva I use. So I just wanted you guys to be aware of few things. There may be many other. So this I took from Ankur Wariku's session. I really loved it about learning. So I wanted to keep this as the last slide because I was obviously trying to teach you guys something. Did I learn something new versus did it challenge my current point of view? So this was no is no learning, no challenge. You didn't learn anything new, but it felt like your point of view was challenged. This is you learned something new, but it didn't challenge your point of view. And obviously we know you learn something new and it challenges how you think. Which one according to you is the place to be, the quadrant to be? Which one? Top right? Which one is the worst? No. Yellow? No. So again, it was an assumption. Because what it says is, no is just busy. No learning, no challenge, nobody came in. This one is illusion of growth. Why? Because you didn't learn anything new, but your point of view was challenged. It was like my ego was hurt. Okay. And this is comfort of safe knowledge. Okay, I learned something new, but didn't challenge your point of view. I already knew it. So no transformation happened. So obviously, real magic is there. But this two, the diagonal ones, may mislead you. So the whole idea was to see here just busy is okay. They are also just busy. Nothing is changing. And we know this is called VUCA world, VUCA, right? All of you know what is VUCA? Yes, good. So in that, it's always the real magic is that, but try to avoid this two diagonal one. Yellow is fine. If you are there, no problem. Okay. So thank you. Any questions? I still have 4 minutes left.
Due to short of time, we'll take one question.
Anybody? Nobody? All was clear? Any challenges for me? Challenging question, I mean. Nobody? Okay. Great. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. May I now request Dr. Sri Prasad Kulkarni, sir, to felicitate our guest of honor with the token of appreciation.
Thank you, sir. May I now call upon our junior student manager, Ms. Tanushri, to put forward the vote of thanks.
Thank you, Abhishek. Good afternoon, everyone. I, Tanushri Bajpayee, Junior Student Manager at Balaji Institute of Technology and Management, Sri Balaji University, Pune. It gives me great pleasure to express our sincere gratitude to our distinguished guest of honor, Mr. Anjan Biswas, sir, for gracing today's Tech Conclave with his presence. Sir, your insights on technology, innovation, and strategic growth have been deeply enlightening. Your words have broadened our perspective and motivated us to embrace creativity and change in every endeavor. Allow me to highlight a few takeaways from your inspiring address. The idea that technology brings trust reminded us that innovation is not just about progress, but about building reliability and human connection. Your insights on the technology hype cycle showed how every trend evolves and the importance of staying aware while navigating change. Finally, your emphasis on design thinking highlighted that empathy and user focus are true foundations of successful innovations. As we conclude, we carry forward your inspiring thoughts and guidance that will continue to motivate us. On behalf of the entire university, thank you for your time and wisdom. Thank you. Have a nice day ahead.
Technology is best when it brings people together.
It is our pleasure to welcome Mr. Abhijit Lavate Sir, Head Product Management, OSS, and Mr. Vasudev Kandalwadi Sir, Vice President, Head of Delivery, Data and AI, GDC, Europe Delivery India. We are delighted to introduce to you to Sri Balaji University Pune, a leading university that fosters innovation, creativity, and intellectual growth. May I now request Dr. Shri Prasad Kulkarni sir to welcome Mr. Abhijit Lavate sir with a bouquet of flowers.
May I now request Mr. Vikas Adigaonkar sir to welcome Mr. Vasudev Kandalwati sir with bouquet of flowers.
May I now request our student manager, Ms. Bhakti, to introduce Mr. Vasudev Kandalwadi sir.
Thank you, Lavisha and Abhishek. I am Bhakti Sanjay Vagurde, Junior Student Manager at Balaji Institute of Technology and Management, Sri Balaji University, Pune. I am honored and privileged to introduce our esteemed guest, Mr. Vasudev Kandalwadi, Head of Data and AI Business Line Delivery, GDCs, and Europe Delivery India GDC. Sir is a seasoned business leader with over 29 years of experience in leading global delivery organizations, shaping corporate strategy, and driving integrated transformation initiatives. He has extensive experience in service delivery across diverse engagements, setting up global teams to executing lean initiatives in large, complex accounts. Sir has successfully led change management in matrix environments and has been instrumental in formulating business unit strategies that foster growth and profitability. His leadership journey includes spearheading organizational integration work streams post M&A and leading large-scale transformation and growth agendas. He has also headed the global workforce management team overseeing 50,000 plus employees, accelerating enterprise-wide transformation and operational excellence. In his recent role as Vice President and Head of Delivery Data and AI, he continues to lead initiatives that expand the possibilities of data and technology now and for generations to come. Sir, the stage is all yours. Thank you.
May I now request our student manager, Ms. Iti, to introduce Mr. Abhijit Lavate, sir.
Thank you, Lavisha. Good afternoon, everyone. I, Iti Kothari, Senior Student Manager at Balaji Institute of Technology and Management, Sri Balaji University, Pune, am honored and privileged to introduce our esteemed guest, Mr. Abhijit Lavate, a highly accomplished leader in the telecom and technology domain. Sir currently serves as the Head of Product Management, OSS at Tech Mahindra, Pune. With extensive experience spanning business development, operations, consulting, portfolio management, and solutioning across telecom and IT industries, he has built a strong reputation for managing independent P&L responsibilities across regions and global portfolios. Throughout his career, he has worked closely with leading telecom companies and major system integrators, contributing to large scale strategies, product innovation, and mission critical technology initiatives. His ability to blend business vision with deep technical understanding makes him a respected leader in driving growth, operational excellence, and customer centric solutions. We are indeed fortunate to have such an experienced and inspiring professional with us today. Please join me in extending a warm welcome to Mr. Abhijit Lavate as he share his valuable insights and experiences with us. Sir, the stage is all yours.
Now, we move on to an exciting part of our event, the panel discussion on the intelligent enterprise, integrating data, digital, and product innovation for business growth. To lead this insightful session, we have with us a dynamic and talented individual, a moderator for the discussion, Ms. Shakaina Exekel, who is currently serving as a member of Tech Club and academic coordinator at BITM. She has been actively involved in coordinating academic as well as industry interactions, and her keen interest in technology, leadership, and innovation makes her the perfect person to guide today's conversation. Please join me in welcoming Ms. Shakaina to the stage to take charge of the session and introduce our esteemed panelist. Over to you, Shakaina.
Thank you so Thank you so much, Abhishek. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Shakaina Ezekiel, student manager at Balaji Institute of Technology and Management. I am Shakaina Ezekiel, student manager at Balaji Institute of Technology and Management, Sri Balaji University, Pune. It is my honor to lead the panel discussion at TechXplore, Tech Conclave, Unfolding Future Technologies. The topic for today's panel discussion is the intelligent enterprise, integrating data, digital, and product innovation for business growth. As we step into the era where data, digital transformation, and intelligent products are redefining the way enterprises operate, today's panel explores a critical question: what makes an organization truly intelligent? The intelligent enterprise is not just about adopting technology, it is about integrating data, digital tools, and innovation into the very DNA of business strategy. It's about connecting insights with action and technology with human creativity. To unpack this, we have two distinguished leaders who bring diverse yet complementary perspectives, from AI and data driven delivery to digital innovation and IT leadership. Let's begin by understanding how their experiences shape this transformation and what lessons we can draw from their journey. So, in your view, Vasudev sir, what defines an intelligent enterprise in today's digital landscape?
Can you hear me? All right. So, see, enterprises have always thought they were intelligent, and then they discovered there is more intelligence to be discovered, right? So it's an ever-going evolutionary process, right? All enterprises have gone through, and then along the way there has been some disruptive waves that have really changed the game from upside down, I would say, right? And then there was, of course, the COVID era, which which brought in a lot of adjustments, a lot of, I would say, revolutionary changes in the ways of working of enterprises and even the ways of life, right? So your question is, what is enterprises doing, to become an intelligent enterprise, right? Now, the question itself means different things to different enterprises who are at different phases of their, you know, organization's journey, right? So eventually, I would say that all enterprises are looking at a highest level to do the following. Number one, they're looking to, yes, they're looking to use AI everywhere. That's a buzzword, right? Everybody wants to use AI everywhere. But at the end of the day, they want to, all organizations are looking to create agility, basically go to market faster, provide value to the end customer, and also simplify in that process their own organizations. Because in this whole aspect of becoming intelligent, what organizations have done is implemented tools, products, systems, initiated processes, right, along the way. And now we figure that all enterprises are trying to demystify and simplify life for themselves, right? So and the process of becoming intelligent never stopped, right? So in 2000 it was the Y2K era. Then we said everybody will move to cloud. There will be no nobody on prem, nobody will have their own infrastructure. Now suddenly, because of geopolitics, the world over organizations are rethinking the stand, and now the buzzword is sovereign, which means on prem is back. Okay, so were we not intelligent when we said we all will move to cloud and there will be no infrastructure on prem? Probably not. It was the need of the day, right? So I think today's requirement of for enterprises to become intelligent, a few things. Number one, I think being fair and creating a sustainable growing enterprise is becoming a top priority for many enterprises. People are grappling with, how to implement AI solutions in a very fair manner. And therefore, for example, the European Union is coming with a EU Act, right, to really frame, how AI implementation should be governed. Similarly, there are ISO systems that are evolving to kind of guide organizations towards that whole governance. So on one hand, you have this entire fairness thing, do the right thing with the AI, right? Ethical AI, responsible AI, these are the buzzwords. So enterprises are trying to become more intelligent to determine how they want to be on that. And on the other hand, they're trying to solve business problems, right? They're trying to solve process flow simplification, automate things, get rid of old systems, right? Technology advancements, implement new tools, etc., etc. So that is what I would say. Three or four buckets: be more scalable, be more agile, and in that process, simplify the enterprise and do the right thing. Right? I think these are the four categories of what enterprises are doing today to stay intelligent. That is what I would say.
Yes, sir. What are your views on this? Sure, sir. In your view, what defines an intelligent enterprise in today's digital landscape?
All right. So pretty much Vasu captured the whole premise of an intelligent enterprise. I would, because you got management students here, I would take it from a perspective of you would see a enterprise being seen as intelligent if they're able to tap into technology, data, AI included, right from the concept to market stage, right? So right from the time of conceptualizing uh, what really has to go into the product or the service you want to offer to the customer, right down to actually productizing it and offering it to the market. And probably a very interesting perspective on that is if you look at a customer needs, really, people traditionally have thought that uh, a customer goes really by logic and reasoning before purchasing anything, right? It could be a service or a product, anything. And enterprises are no different. They're finally a set of human beings who decide what they require. Um,
But research has shown, and quantum marketing research has shown, that that's not necessarily true. The most important element is not really logic and reasoning. It's about the kind of memories that people build over a period of time. It's about emotions that people have, and not necessarily in the corporate world, but and then it's also about relatability. You should be able to relate to what message is going out in the market, right? So there is so much more that you know AI has got to contribute. It still is on the periphery, I would say. So the and there is a path to an intelligent enterprise. So if I were to elaborate that with an example of the telecom world, which I'm closely associated with, you have you had dumb organizations who just went with what was produced and what could be produced and could be sold to companies, sold to individuals, down to enterprises which are becoming much more intelligent with the same data that they had for so long. So telecom operator has data on what you use, when you use it, how much money you pay for it, when do you pay, when you don't pay a certain bill, a typical trends in terms of everything that a consumer does, right? When does he watch internet? How much? Right? Possibly what sites? I don't know if they really do that or not anymore. But so much of intelligence now, the ability to use that to produce things much more efficiently and better, and what the customer really wants, and tune them to customer expectations is what makes a telco more intelligent, if I were to say that.
Yes, sir. Even for me, an intelligent enterprise is one that connects people, data, and technology seamlessly to make business decisions faster or better. So, Abhijit, sir, how can organizations balance technology adoption with business strategy and human creativity?
I don't know what creativity for, but I know for sure I saw an excellent example of an LLM in place. Your junior student coordinator called Bhakti, the way she summarized all the happenings on the stage very succinctly in like under 60 seconds, that was really amazing. So I think that's, I don't know what that's a skill she's got, or it's creativity. It's just amazing. I think we need to continue using that. And as I mentioned in my first example, there are a lot of things which are outside the contours of technology and AI today. And it's simply we need to pick up those and work on those, because there are certain things which are very repetitive in nature. Certain things, I mean, we're talking about simple automation tasks, really. We're talking about things which possibly require a little bit of AI and can be done. You have to work on the boundaries of what AI cannot do, really. I don't think we should ever try to compete with what AI does. It's about a million minds working together, and the million minds who never sleep, right? So never sleep, don't take a break, don't take a coffee break, no excuses, only limited by technology in terms of power consumption and the money you pump in, right? But at the same time, there are things that you'll always be able to do which are outside the realms of AI.
Vasudev, sir, what is your view on this?
So I think, see, we sometimes feel technology is the answer for everything. I think I'll probably, a lot of you are marketing students, right? So I'll take an example of marketing research that happened in the European, rail transit system, where, the teams were summoned to look at, how much faster the train could travel, right? Therefore, cutting down the, commute time, right? So they researched, they gathered the engineering teams, they put the best technical minds at work, and they came up with a business proposal, right? Saying that, hey, we need so many million euros, and we'll launch this 2 years completion time, and we'll probably cut down the whole transit time and commute time by 5 minutes or 10 minutes, right? And then came a marketing guy. He said, is it really worth it? Now, yes, it's all, analytically proved. The theories match. It's the best engineering minds. We can tom about how we are successful in this project by measuring all the KPIs. But should we do it? Why don't we spend, a fraction of that money and make sure that the journey itself is so wonderful, right? That the commuters don't mind the additional 10 minutes. So that becomes a strategy. And then, the particular initiative was shelved, right? And this marketing trick really helped the team save a ton of money and enhance customer experience. So the moral of this whole the takeaway from the story is it's not always about implementing technology for the sake of it, right? It's about implementing it to create real value for the customer. And many times, as he rightly said, customers themselves don't know what they really want, right? So, and therefore, start from the design thinking ideas, disrupt, do sentiment analysis, right? Because customers are, or everyone is emotional, right? So disrupt the game, and that is the way to lead, right? It's not just applying technology randomly.
Thank you so much, sir. So, continuing with you, you've led large scale data and AI transformation initiatives. How can enterprises unlock real business value from their data beyond analytics dashboard?
Yeah, it all ends with dashboards, right? And what happens is dashboards are easy to generate, either in rudimentary form or at least a spreadsheet, right? So it's easy access, and we can boss around getting access to dashboards. And then we can also make the data talk what we want out of it, right? So it becomes usually an analytics and insights proving by numbers game. However, if you look at the you know the challenges enterprises are facing with data today, over a period of many years, right? There are standalone data systems that have emerged for specific tasks. Then there are product platforms that have been implemented, right, for particular functional areas. So enterprises have ended up having multiple data stores, data lakes, etc. Right. So different enterprises are looking at intelligent data, in different, I would say, forms. Some are trying to unify this entire data ecosystem so that they can have a single source of truth, right? So you have concepts like MTM being implemented in some enterprises, right, where they are looking at functionality and they are saying we will have a single source of truth for a particular functionality, and these are the data fields. So we'll have to do the entire gathering of the data, cleansing of the data, and making sure that you have a single version of. Otherwise, every system has a different values and different interpretation of the same data field, right? So that's big thing going on right now. That's number one. Number two, what's also going on is because of the computing power, availability now, especially on the product platforms, embedded intelligence, AI based, decision making is fast catching up, which means now you have these huge data lakes and data stores. What do you do with it, right? You cannot continue to have the old dashboards, right? So how do you enhance that? So the likes of Databricks, right, Snowflake implementations are fast catching up, right? So these are the 2-3 trends that we see, around data. And the other thing that is really important, it's evolving, is the whole data governance. For example, being a France-based organization, we are pretty heavy in the Europe side of the world, right? So we are right now doing a lot of GDPR related, data work, which means data privacy is a big thing, right? Data is getting circulated everywhere, and personal data, security, preserving the rights of an individual to the data and how the data gets used is a big ticket item. So therefore, a secure data by design itself is becoming a big thing. So those are the kind of implementations that are really catching steam, and we will see more of that.
Thank you, sir. Real value really comes from insights when you move from dashboards to strategic decisions. Abhijit, sir, as someone managing product strategy and P&L in telecom, how is data intelligence reshaping product roadmaps and customer experiences?
I would look at it more from the perspective of the customer, really, right? What products we develop either for use by enterprises or by end customers, are really driven by what the customers really want. So I think it's best to be closest to the customers. I'll give an example of what typically one ends up doing is that when he sells to enterprises is that you lose sight of what what kind of data points the customer really looks at. So you would look at, for example, continue the same example I gave you, that we used to sell telecom operators to sell standard pipes to customers. They used to sell standard voice minutes, SMSs, etc. And then you derive a lot of intelligence out of it. You derive intelligence to figure out that what can ensure the network does not go down, for example. What can ensure that I can offer consistent service to someone. I can offer bandwidth on demand if someone wants to watch a Netflix movie, example. Moving on that example, you go down to the level of offering it for industrial use. Example of that could be someone using a 5G connectivity in a remote mine where there is no connectivity and use it for obviously improving your operations there, to someone doing telemedicine where someone is offering surgical advice on how to do a surgery for a remote surgery that's going on. That what's important is that end application which is there. Someone defines it for me that my response time for this microsurgery has got to be under 50 milliseconds, for example. Otherwise, it's not successful. It's got to see it in real time, right? Now, my ability of that product manager, of the product owner, really to take that requirement and translate that to something that can be guaranteed to the customer. And it's not about being a technical guarantee of something that works once in a while. It's something that should be repeatable and can be offered, because you're not just guaranteeing something for the sake of it and taking a $10 penalty if that doesn't work. You're playing with the safety of a patient in this case, right? So I think that's where all the ethics and governance comes into play when you define certain policies in an enterprise and you offer it to the customer. It's not just a commercial game of a marketing manager coming in and saying, yeah, we can offer this and we'll make tons of money. It's also about what you're putting at stake for the end customer out there.
Thank you so much, sir. Vasudev, sir, what are the key challenges in implementing AI-driven change across global delivery teams and diverse client environments?
The biggest challenge is, it's a cliche, but it's true. It's the mindset, right? It's a mindset in the sense because over the years we have organizations and teams that have grown in a certain manner, right? So what happens is now if you have to disrupt them, and if the roles of the past, if the skills of the past is not going to be helpful anymore, it's a shock, right? And there is obviously a phase of denial in it, right? For example, right, a lot of you are business students. I'm sure you would be coming across business analyst roles in terms of campus placements and all of that, right? Remember, business analyst itself is undergoing a transformation. How business analysts worked a few years ago is becoming fast irrelevant. We had a wave of agile workflows, right? Agile methodologies that caught up, which means the way you wrote business requirements and you gathered business requirements and you documented it and you implemented, changed with agile way of working. Now, there are AI, routines that can actually document a use case automatically for you. So now the question is, if this happens in a very scalable manner, what would business analysts do, right? And what's the value of business analysts? So I think that whole shock of traditional roles evolving into something more, when you don't know what that something more is the biggest challenge in all enterprises, because you don't know what to do with it, right? And for lack of a better word, we keep saying, reskill yourself, but then to what, right? I think the second challenge is the structures, right, that we have today, right? In teams, in organizations, functions, even, across the board, right? It creates silos, within the organization. So what happens is the ability to support each other, the ability to look beyond your realm of scope of work becomes very difficult, right? So these are the two definitely top ticket items as far as adoption is concerned. And then the third is everybody wants to experiment, right? But then what people are not realizing is that is an experiment. There's bound to be failure. There's a lack of acceptance that anything can go wrong with AI implementation, which is the other, extreme view that many of the people have. So it's as good as like an R&D, right? That you need to treat many of these POCs. A lot of them will fail. Why? Not because AI is bad, because you haven't really understood how to, leverage it well, right? So I think these are the 3-4 things that we need to, really look at, going forward if agentic AI and some of the, evolutionary AI implementations have to catch up. And a lot of work is going on in the background on that.
So Sri Balaji also works on this mantra that we call it. It says learn, relearn, and unlearn. So I really feel that this, like data analysts, should also have the same mantra to to constantly be agile and to adapt in this environment. Abhijit sir, how do you ensure innovation scalability, turning great ideas into sustainable market-ready products?
So scalability is always a challenge, right? So, and I would actually, I just came out of some evaluations that we did for some projects that we're on, and I think Mr. Vasu rightly pointed out that it's about the org structure and how organizations are built. They're not necessarily built for innovation. Not all organizations. Some product organizations are, and it's a pleasant surprise. I think the academic kind of corporate collaboration is very key to scale up that innovation, because I think the ideation phase is the most important one, according to me, and that's where uh, I would say students are much more open in terms of their thought process, and they're not really spoiled by their experiences. They're kind of clean, and they think of the technical possibilities. And very surprisingly, I saw a big change of people also of students being aware of what can be practically possible in the outside world, not just by technical limitations. So that's one. So fostering innovation, obviously, yes, and the speed to act is very important. Very important that you quickly get into the mode of running a proof of concept. It's sometimes proof of concept becomes a very boring topic because you pick up use cases, implement something, do something, and nothing works out. But I think there is always light at the end of the tunnel. It's always about ensuring that you put untiring efforts towards working towards something that makes business sense, that is delivering real value to the customer. And sometimes it's also about it could be a technology innovation which doesn't have a business value. It is not always that you think of some great business output that can be given to the customer and then start innovating something. It could be a technological innovation as well. Example of that is there is a gentleman called Durvasha or something like that from IIT Mumbai, and so he came up with the concept of using some memory API for a switch to handle. And I recently, last month, a month before, he got about $3 million in funding from a lot of VCs. And his concept was that he extended that very quickly and very fast to being able to, for example, ChatGPT and all these engines have their own memories, right? Resident memories. You can't really tap into those memories, which means that if you use 8 tools that Mr. Biswas showed out there, you can't learn from what you used in the other tool. Now, this allows you to kind of tap into each of these, and that's a fantastic innovation that he has done. So it's also about the speed of execution. The way this gentleman was able to garner that much money is that he did this in 6 weeks flat. So I think that's a lesson for you guys as well. It doesn't take anyone from IIT Mumbai. You could as well do it. It's all about being confident of the technological prowess of what you're producing, and then you could always, if it is sound and a great scalable kind of a technology that you're building, you can obviously take it for many more applications. The list is endless, really.
So we normally focus on testing ideas fast, learning quickly, and scaling only what's proven to create real business or customer impact. Vasudev sir, having experience in post MA integrations, how do you ensure that data, systems, and people align towards a common transformation goal?
That's a tough one, right? So we as an organization have have been have done and experienced a lot of mergers, acquisitions, right? And that's the new age way of corporate, right? A lot of like-minded partners coming together, right? Merging, acquiring each other. So integration sometimes becomes a never-ending and ongoing activity, I would say, right? Because on one hand, and I look at it two or three different ways. One is, the system of records coming together is one logical activity, which is more of a IT driven, enterprise IT driven activity. The second, which is more difficult, is along with the system of records, the financials also merging, right? That also would have a end date, and that would happen, in its natural progression. The other thing that takes time is analysis of parity analysis of, from a human perspective, from an employee perspective, right? HR culture of the organization, is distinct in organizations. We may not be able to, write it down what it is, but we can feel it, right? In every organization, every community, every, I would say, academia, you can feel the vibe and you can feel a distinct culture. Now, how do you know, decide what's best for the larger organization? And more importantly, how do you change that vibe so that there is only one vibe remaining? That takes years, and sometimes it doesn't happen, right? Because people from one, I would say, culture, they tend to stick to that culture for a very, very long time, right? It's like a residual habit, right? It remains for a long time. While that is okay, because the very reason for these partners to come together is because people liked each other's culture. So it's okay to retain the goods of that culture. I think from a policy and implementation and execution standpoint, sometimes becomes important to communicate, what will be the new ways of working, right? And to make sure that people, keep reinforcing that to every single employee and every single team, that this will work and this will not work, right? So therefore the integration streams, take place. I think the other very important thing that we have spent a lot of effort and focus on is to retain the best of what a particular organization has to offer and not lose the very reason why we acquired an organization. I think there's a specific focus around that, because if at the end of the day in the IT world, you acquire people because of the talent, right? So you need to make sure that the talent remains and stay as curious as they were in the parent organization. So I think these are some of the things, and of course it's a multi-year ongoing process, but culture is a big, big, big ticket item.
Thank you, sir. And last question for the evening to you, Abhijit sir. With rapid advances in AI and automation, how do you see the role of human-centered design evolving in product management?
If I got the question right, it's not about humans designing, it's about human-centered design, right? So I think it's a boon. It's a big boon to ensure that in whatever products we do, product management practices that we adopt, we make more designs human-centric. Simple reason is that for human beings, we can only imagine. It's left to an individual. He can go wrong 9 out of 10 times, and it only takes a genius to get it right. Here you're backing it up a lot with automation and data. So number one, obviously you get to collect a huge, humongous amount of information with automation in terms of what would be the adoption rate of human beings for a certain design. What would go wrong? What are the features you need to add? What are the features you need to tweak? What are really optional features? And what can actually be done away with? Which is, you don't want to make a product very bulky at the same time. Product or a service very difficult to digest for in customer. So that's as far as gathering information on consumer behavior and what could be the adoption patterns. The second is use of AI to really zero down, analyze, and then act on what would finally be a usable product that the customer would do. And importantly, it's very important that you reduce the testing phase of a product. So when you use a lot of automation and AI, you're actually ensuring that you make the product reach the customer faster while it is still relevant for the end customer. It should not lead into large product life cycles where you're developing and testing and releasing something in the market and the market has moved on. So I think a huge impact of automation and AI on human-centered product management.
Even with all the automation, human centered design will be what keeps technology intuitive, empathetic, and truly meaningful. So, as we've come to the end of our session, we open the house for questions. Okay. Thank you to our panelists for their powerful insights. Today's discussion reinforces that intelligence in enterprise doesn't just come from technology. It comes from the people who connect data, digital, and innovation to real business purposes. I would like to highlight a certain point from our insightful decision to implement AI solutions in a fair and ethical manner, to create a sustainable growing enterprise, and to build trust and leverage AI accurately. Thank you so much for your time, sir.
Thank you.
May I now request Dr. Neelam Upasni ma'am to felicitate our guest, Mr. Abhijit Lawate sir, with the token of appreciation.
May I now May I now request Dr. Ranjit Singh, sir, to felicitate our guest, Mr. Vasudev Kandalwadi, sir, with a token of appreciation. Thank you, sir. May I now call upon our student manager, Ms. Kshitija, to put forward the vote of thanks.
Thank you, Lavisha and Abhishek. Good afternoon, everyone. I, Kshitija Chiprunkar, Junior Student Manager at Balaji Institute of Technology and Management, Sri Balaji University, Pune, am truly honored to extend our heartfelt appreciation to our distinguished guest of honor, Mr. Abhijit Lawate, Sir, and Mr. Vasudev Kandalwadi, Sir, for gracing our university. The diversity of perspectives you shared has sparked new ideas and encouraged us to challenge conventional thinking. On behalf of the entire organizing committee,
I extend our heartfelt gratitude to all our panelists for such an engaging and thought provoking discussion. Your experiences, insights, and stories have not only enriched this session, but have also inspired each of us to aim higher and think differently. Your words will stay with us long after this session, guiding our journeys and decisions in meaningful ways. We hope this marks the beginning of many more such enlightening interactions and collaborations. Once again, thank you for your time, presence, and for inspiring us with your wisdom and passion. Thank you.
I request everyone to take 10 minutes break. The snacks have been organized outside of the auditorium.
You can use both the doors. Some of you can take that, while the rest of you take here and come back exactly in 10 minutes.
So, to welcome Miss Supriya Raman ma'am with a bouquet of flowers. May I now request our student manager, Ms. Prachi Sharma, to introduce our guest.
Hello. Good evening, everyone. I, Prachi Sharma, Senior Student Manager at Balaji Institute of Technology and Management, Sri Balaji University, Pune, interned at INFSPL. I'm honored and privileged to introduce our esteemed guest for today's session, Ms. Supriya Raman, Senior AI Engineering Manager at IBM. Ma'am is a distinguished AI leader whose work is at the forefront of generative AI, natural language processing, RAG, retrieval augmented generation, large language models, and advanced AI engineering. As an AI engineering manager and think leader at IBM, she plays a key role in driving next generation machine intelligence across the Watson X client engineering ecosystem. Prior to IBM, Ma'am served as a senior vice president at JP Morgan Chase & Co., where she led mission critical initiatives across machine learning, Gen AI, data engineering, risk and strategy, and enterprise scale model deployment. Her professional journey spans respected organizations such as Levi Strauss & Co., ANZ, iGate Global Solutions, and DXC Technology, where she led transformative work in analytics, customer intelligence, anti money laundering systems, client onboarding, enterprise data science, and large scale digital transformation. She is a Google Women Tech Makers Ambassador, empowering women in tech through community building, public speaking, content creation, and mentorship. She is also a passionate professional speaker and mentor, continuously guiding emerging talent and sharing her expertise at conferences, technical meetups, and industry forums. We are truly privileged to have such an inspiring and visionary leader with us today. Please join me in extending a warm welcome to Ms. Supriya Raman as she shares her insights with us. Ma'am, the stage is all yours. Thank you.
Thank you. Am I audible? Very good afternoon. I'm very sorry that I'm the last speaker of the day, but I'll make sure that the year we spent together is very meaningful for all of us. Okay. With that, we start. Can we have our PPT? Yes. So today's topic is about generative AI, and ever since I'm working through the students in the morning, I'm seeing the hackathons, projects, and other. I think you guys are much ahead than what this PPT will tell about. So don't feel overwhelmed. Don't think of. When I prepared this, I assumed that we are very basic in generative AI, but if you know this, please take it as a revision. Okay. And the whole purpose of this presentation is making sure that we create some awareness of the buzzwords, especially when we say AI is a bubble, or if we say that really is AI really working in business, or is it just a hype which comes and goes, right? So that is what we are trying to break here. We will go through some of the terminologies of AI, and then we will talk about some use cases, and then maybe we can have some questions. Okay. In case you have any questions in between, please raise your hand and I'll stop there and we will discuss and then we'll move forward. Okay, so this is how the agenda looks like. We will start by understanding text. We will talk about generative AI. Especially when you talk about generative AI, there are few of the terms which are very important to understand, like prompt, RAG, fine-tuning, and RLHF. We will quickly touch base on these. We'll talk about the multimodal large language models, agentic AI, and the most important pillar of the presentation is anything and everything which you build in AI, we have to be very responsible. So we will touch on responsible AI. So when you start understanding text, and this is much before generative AI, it's important to touch why the text has been very complex. When you talks about text analytics, right, it has always been a complex step, and I have divided into 3 steps. If you see at the bottom, it is lexical processing. So when you talk about lexical processing, it is about taking a huge amount of text and breaking it into small chunks, which is called tokens, right? We all would have heard about tokenizing, and many a time this simple task itself can tell a lot about text. Like suppose if you have emails, right, and if you want to understand whether it's a spam or a ham, you can do it by a simple tokenization, breaking down into tokens and then understanding that tokens in individual, right? So that is what lexical processing is. Once you're comfortable with the lexical processing, the second important step is about syntactic processing. When you talk about syntactic processing, it is going beyond the tokens. Then you start understanding the grammar of the text, or you start understanding the part of the speech and so on. So it is like many times, many sentences will have the same tokens. Like just by giving example, suppose Mohan says something to Sohan and Sohan says something to Mohan, exactly the same tokens, but what is different, the subject and the predicate is different. And that's why even if the tokens are very same, sometimes syntactic processing is important because it will give you more context in the text. And the third and last step is about semantic processing. Semantic processing is when you are talking about a text but you are not talking everything in the text. Simple example can be, suppose I am talking about a cat is walking, right? As soon as I tell a cat is walking, we all can visualize a cat, although I don't describe a cat. How? Because we have a predefined knowledge. All of us have a predefined knowledge. And same thing when you have to process any kind of text, it is not important that all the knowledge which you want to process will be present inside the text. And that's why you have to supply semantics to it, right? And it becomes very important in domain specific things, like suppose you are dealing something with medicine, or you're dealing something with bank, then etymologies defining is very important. So when you talk about semantic processing, it is more about general knowledge or domain knowledge or discourse context. Discourse context simply means the same word can mean different thing at different places. Like take the word bank. The bank can be a financial institute, it can also be a river bank, right? So those are semantic processing. Yeah. So while we talk about these 3 steps, we do understand that if we try to do the text analytics in a machine learning way, there is a lot beyond that, because even if you go by the machine learning, traditional machine learning way, you have to understand much more. You have to understand their context, the semantics. Many a time, the tokenization itself is not simple. If you talk about English, it is easy to tokenize, but then there are languages where the tokenization itself is a problem, right? So how will you solve it? And one more important thing which I want to highlight here is when you talk about intelligence, there are 2 types of intelligence which we talk about. One is crystallized intelligence, right? Anything and everything which I ask you is at the back of your brain. Like suppose I ask you what is the capital of New Zealand. You know, we will take, each one of us might take some time. Maybe some of us have it in, right away we can give the answer. But even if you don't know New Zealand, what is the capital of New Zealand, maybe you can refresh and then you can come back. So it's kind of a logical thinking which you are thinking with a predefined knowledge which you have, right? That is called crystallized intelligence. But at the same time, there is a different type of intelligence which we have, which is called fluid intelligence. When you talk about fluid intelligence, like suppose I give you to solve a puzzle, no matter how simple is a puzzle, but it is not in your database, right? The solving of the puzzle is not in the database. You have to do a very logical or the reasoning kind of thinking in order to do that. And that is what is fluid intelligence. So when we started processing text, it became very important to go beyond the traditional ML. And this is how the rise of large language model happened. Right after the COVID in 2020, When the chat GPT came into picture, then it actually blew the market because we understood that it's not a simple search which is being done. It is something creative which is being generated, right? So if you see the journey, it is in 2020 when chat GPT came into picture, but the journey is altogether very, it starts from 2014, where the journey of large language model starts. And this itself is a journey of OpenAI, but then the journey now is about almost every organization has its own large language models, right? So I will show you some of the large language models which we have. You might have seen this picture in internet a lot. Two things which I want to highlight here is the size of the circle actually talks about the number of parameters it has been used in order to train a large language model. And if you see the first one at the top left is BERT, which is a very small circle to where GPT-4 came. And this picture is actually 4 or 5 months back. It is an outdated picture. We have much bigger large language model here. So you can see that the amount of data which is used in order to train the large language model kept on increasing with time, right? And the second thing to note here is there are a lot of models which has been marked on gray. And of course, with the rise of the technology, the speed with the technology is rising, the model comes and then they depreciate because there are other model which comes into picture. So you can see this is a picture of maybe 2020 to 2022. And there are so many models which came into picture and they started depreciating also. But if we talk about 2025, the major players of large language models are ChatGPT, where you have Meta, or Llama having, Gemini having, Google Gemini, which is playing. You have Claude, many of you have Grok. If you see the hackathon, many of them have already implemented the solution using Grok. Even IBM has its own large language model, which is called Granite. So almost every organization now have some or the other kind of large language model of its own. And now it is not a generic, mainly when we started with large language model, it was decided that it will do all the common kind of tasks. What are common kind of tasks? It can do generation, it can do summarization, and so on. But now that when we talk about large language model, it is very specialized. It can be specialized in, say, medicine field. When we talk about IBM Granite, then it is more specialized in governance. It talks more of governance than just generation, right? So every large language model can have different purposes. Important thing to note as and when the generative AI came into picture is you can see the frame where we all would have heard the terminology SDLC lifecycle, right? When you used to develop any application earlier, even if it is AI driven, it used to take months in order to bring a application. If I start today, it will take me 4 or 5 months to get into production. And that is a loss. That is a loss of market. It is a loss of dollar value because you lose the context. The context which is relevant today might not be relevant 4 or 5 months later, right? And that's the major difference which you can see when the LLM came into picture. You need not have to do all the time leveling of the data. You can start just by doing the prompting. You do the prompting is straightforward, and then you can just go with the deploy. So the first paper, most of the large language model, it is just for the theory. I'll not go into detail, but most of the, when we talk about large language model, right, most of these are transformer model. If they are text based, then they are transformer model, and transformer models are basically encoder decoder model. This was one of the paper which was published by Google in 2017, and it is a base of any kind of model. But when we say encoder decoder model, it is not important that all the large language model have both encoder and decoder. We can have encoder only model, we can have decoder only model, or we can have both, right? I'm not going into depth of when to use what, but just to give you context that whenever you talk about large language model, internally it's a neural network, which is called transformer based model, and it's an encoder decoder model. So just to summarize what we talked about, when you say generative AI, it is generation. It is much beyond search. When you do, if we talk about what is the difference between search engine and a generative AI, of course we understand when you do search, right? It just searches through and it lists links for you, right? But when you say generate, or if you say make the assignment for me for maybe semester 1, what does ChatGPT does differently? It takes all the Google for you, but it generates the information for you. How many of us has seen Three Idiots? Have you seen Three Idiots? So in that one, there is one scene where the professor asks, what is machine? Have you seen that? And Amir Khan says some blabbering answer. He didn't like it, and then his colleague says something and say, yeah, it's good. So that's exactly the difference between generative AI. When you are generating, you are understanding it, grasping it, and then you are customizing it for yourself. You are not, capturing it as is. But when you are searching, when you are just using a search engine, then it is just taking the text as is and then presenting it. Also, what is large language model? They are huge train model where we can put a question as a prompt and we can get a response. Are all large language model generative AI? So no, it cannot always be generative AI. We do a lot of other use cases, which I'll talk about soon. You can do sentiment analysis, you can do classification, and there are other use cases. And finally, what are the different type of models? So we talk about transformer. Anytime and every time when you talk about transformer, it is text-based model. How many of you have used Midjourney? Midjourney came almost when we had COVID. Have you used Midjourney? Have you used Gemini to create your professional picture? Yeah, it looks so beautiful, right? I was not able to trust my own picture when Gemini created it for me. If you have not created, then do create. You go to Gemini, give a prompt. It asks you for a picture of yours. You take that and it generates a professional picture, right? So earlier we had different type of model. We had transformer based models, and then we had diffusion based model, which was for images. But we will very soon go to slides. We will start talking about multimodal, where we have a single model which can handle all kind of contents. Okay, and most common use cases. So when we talk about transformer, the first use case which the transformer was trying to solve was machine learning, machine translation. It was trying to translate one language to another. But as you can see, there can be multiple different type of use cases which you can solve using large language model. But as and when we progress and we talk about foundational model, it is more than just the foundational model. You have to develop a whole infrastructure together in order to support any kind of processing. And AI is the new electricity is what Andrew Ng told back. And what he meant by that is when you are developing something, especially using generative AI, you can see a band in between where it talk about the foundational model, and we talked a lot about foundational model. But important thing to note is that it starts from the foundation where you have to have a processor or a semiconductor which is strong enough, and you can see the key players there. Even India talked about semiconductor. Have you heard 15th August Narendra Modi's speech, right? He talked about that the chip which India produces should be produced by us ourselves rather than depending on the chip which has been produced outside, right? So it is very important that we develop the infrastructure around it. Similarly, the cloud infrastructure is very important, because when you process any kind of applications on AI, it is quite understood that you have to operate on scale. You need huge amount of memory, you need very high computation, you need an infrastructure where you can develop it, and you cannot do it on-prem. So it is important that you have cloud infrastructures. Many of the organizations have these common players which they are using through. They can also have their own on-prem cloud if they are very secure, right? And then we talked about the foundational model. At the top, you have the applications, right? So after having all this infrastructure, all we are focused on is to generate applications which are very customized to us. And we'll talk about some of the use cases and it will become more clear. Any questions till now? Okay, so any questions till now? No. So when we talk about large language model, there are 4 different ways by which you can use large language model. And then because we all are a big customer of ChatGPT, we understand prompt, right? You write something and it give you the response back. That is what is prompt. So the first topic here, it talks about prompt engineering. There is a term engineering attached to it, because the better your prompt is, the better question you ask to the large language model, the better response you will get. And how will you make a prompt effective? We will talk about multiple ways by which we can do that. The second one is about RAG, right? When we say RAG, it means retrieval augmented generation. What does it mean is ChatGPT can answer everything. But suppose if I ask you, what will I do at 6 p.m. today? Will ChatGPT be able to answer it? No. Why? Because it does not have access to my calendar. What if I give access to my personal calendar to ChatGPT and then I ask the same question? Will it be able to answer it? Yes. So that's what is RAG. When you say RAG, it is just that you are performing the same type of task. You might be performing generation, you might be performing summarization, or you might be performing any kind of simple common use cases which we talked about earlier, but on your private data, on your proprietary data. And that's why you need to have extra access to be provided. You can think of it as a different way also. Like suppose you have a price and promo model, which we have launched for, say, Walmart, right? Now, every season which comes, maybe Christmas is coming, right? Walmart might have a different card, the price and promo card for each product it holds. Will it retrain its model from the scratch? It's a huge cost. It cannot do, right? So maybe it will take the cost card of all its products and say that this is a new cost card, you please refer it and then you answer my cost. So RAG can be as dynamic as something, the data which is changing every time. It can also be some data which is static, but it is very private or very proprietary for the organization. That is RAG. The third thing is about fine tuning. So the third thing says that no matter how good your prompt is or how better your RAG application is, it will still not be able to answer you the questions. You have to go fine tune. And when you say fine tuning, you have to go and change the weights of the model. You have to go internally and change the weight of the model. And the last one is about pre-training. Pre-training is training the model from the scratch. So have you heard about Bloomberg? Yeah, Bloomberg is one of the financial. It hold a lot of financial data. So when everyone is using Chat GPT and everywhere it is Chat GPT, Bloomberg was one of the first organization which said that I will pre-train my data. I'll train my LLM from scratch because I want it to be very specialized for the banking data, and that is what is pre-training. Okay, so those are 4 steps when you talk about generative AI. Also, when we talk about prompt engineering, we talked about that the data which has been fed into large language model, right? It can be as huge as a Wikipedia itself. You can take Wikipedia of data, feed it into the system, and then you can question it. But at the same time, no matter how much data it has been fed on, if your question is not correct, then the answer will not be accurate, apt, right? And that's why it is important that the prompt which you are making is engineered well. And how will you do that? It talks about some of the example where it talks about zero shot prompting, few shot prompting. So when you say short prompting, it simply means that you provide an example. So next time when you try ChatGPT, right? If you directly say maybe write an essay on generative AI, it can give it can give you some details. But if you give it some examples, right, in this case it is showing that if you have to do a classification kind of problem, you can simply do a prompt and you can get a response. But at the same time you can also give examples and you can ask the LLM to answer you. So the number of examples which you give them is called short prompting. If you give one example, it is one shot. If you give multiple example, it is multi shots, and so on. Also, in prompt, you can give context, you can give instructions, you can also give roles. Like you can tell in prompt that you are expert, you are expert doctor, or you can tell that you are expert chef, or you can give any kind of role. As soon as you give a role to a particular prompt, then it become very specialized in answering. Try this kind of thing when you do prompting, right? So there is an art of doing the prompting. And the last thing which I want to touch in prompting is also chain of thought prompting. So I heard this on the floor. Actually, I'm very glad that the students are already there. When you say chain of thought prompting, it is just like how we human do, right? When you have to solve a problem, right? Suppose I have to help my son to solve a problem, rather than just giving him the example or the solution to that question, maybe I can tell him the steps that, solve it. Maybe if he has to write an essay, so I can tell him, go do the web search, okay? Or maybe I can tell that, why don't you refer to a document which your teacher gave? That is a kind of search. Or I can tell him that you have used a lot of abbreviation, use a glossary to enhance your essay further. And then I can break it down saying more that, once you do the outlining, first you do the outlining for what you want to write through, and once you do the outlining, then maybe do be a critic to your own work, do the critics, and then rewrite, right? So any task, any kind of task which you want to perform through, you can divide it into small discrete steps. As long as you can divide it into small discrete step, you can even do the prompting in such a way where you can have chain of thoughts. Instead of just asking it to accomplish a task, you can break that task into smaller subtasks, and then you ask it to get it performed. We talked about RAG. At the top left, you can see this is how the generation happens when you're using large language model. If you're using large language model, then there is a prompting. You hit the LLM and you get a response. But at the same time, when you talk about RAG, then the RAG talks about external memory which is attached to your retriever. Along with your query, you attach some kind of external memory, and that external memory can be anything. It can be your SharePoint, it can be your Confluence, it can be your database, it can be anything. It can be your calendar, right? Any kind of memory which you want to attach on top of it, you attach it and then you query through it and then you get the response. That is what is RAG at a high level. But then we have different type of RAG. You have tabular RAG as a top on the top, because if you attach a database which is a very SQL structured kind of database and you try to put a RAG on top of it, then it is tabular RAG. You can also have agentic RAG, as you see, because every time when you put a RAG and you put a query through it, you can also have a routing. Instead of executing the static flow of execution, you can also have a dynamic flow depending on how the router decides on each input how it has to route through, right? So that is what exactly RAG is. And we talked about fine tuning. So we said that no matter how much you improve your prompt or how good your RAG is, many times the response will still not be sufficient and you might have to fine tune. And the fine tune is as simple as going at the neural network level, fixing the weights, changing the weights. So there are many ways by which you can do the fine tuning. The most common one which we all use is LoRa method, and we actually freeze the actual weights and then we retrain on the additional data, create new weights, and then freeze it with the external one. That is fine tuning. What I want to highlight here is, yeah, one more thing is about RLHF. So what RLHF stand for is reinforcement learning with using human feedback. And what it does is, we all know the word terminology hallucination, right? As a human, when you hallucinate, we all hallucinate, right? Sometimes we act like we know, but we actually don't know. But as a human, we have an emotion. If you are hallucinating, your emotions might change. But think of a machine hallucinating. It hallucinates with a lot of confidence, right? And it gives a lot of confidence when a LLM, it is coming from hallucination. Hallucinated response is coming from a machine, from a AI-driven machine, and you are not able to drive out whether it is really a correct answer or not. That's why you need to have experts in loop. And when you say experts in loop, they are human in loop. They are real human in loop who actually know the system. So the picture shows there are three humans, and for a particular prompt given to a model, it generates different type of completion. For each completion, the experts can rank it in terms of 1, 2, 3, and so on. And depending on which particular completion has been ranked the best, it just goes back to the processing. So next time when you process it, then the LLM will know that this is the most accurate response which the human has marked through, and it will remember it because it has a way of remembering it past, right? So that is what is RLHF. The graph at the top shows, if you see the blue line, it says that if you don't do any fine tuning, then how the accuracy goes. If you do initial fine tuning, and then if you do the fine tuning with human feedback, which is RLHF, then accuracy actually shoots out. And that's how important it is to have human in loop. Yeah, so we talked about all of these almost. We talked about static prompting, we talked about prompt template, we go to prompt chaining, RAG, and then we will talk about agents in a bit. But what is important to see here is when you start by, and they, you have an x-axis and y-axis where it talks about flexibility and the complexity, right? So when you talk about flexibility, it also relate to your accuracy, how accurate is the result is. When you say simple prompting, maybe your results is not that accurate. If you go by RAG, you might get a better response. If you go by RLHF, better, fine tuning much better, and so on. If you go by agents, it goes on. But important thing to see is on the y-axis, we also have complexity, and complexity is directly related to your dollar values. So there is a trade-off always between how much cost the organization want to pay for how much accuracy, right? Suppose you are solving a problem for a healthcare, then you might expect a response which is maybe 99% accurate. But if you are maybe generating an essay, or if you're generating some content for your assignment as a student, even if it is 80% accurate, you don't care, right? So accuracy does matter, and depending on which domain you are targeting, you can have different type of accuracy requirement. And same goes with the flexibility and the complexity. There is always a trade-off. So this is one of the use case. This is actually a real use case. I just marked this as XYZ bank, but there are two terms we all might be knowing: KYC, which is know your customers, to UIC. Now the banks are more talking about UIC. When you say UIC, it is about understanding your customer. So what is difference between KYC and UIC? When you say KYC, if you go to a bank, in order to perform any kind of task, you get a form, right? The bank will tell you to fill that form. Maybe you have to attach your picture, and you have to fill a lot of things, and maybe you have to sign it, and so on. So there can be different type of context which you have to fill in that form. And as soon as you fill all those, that goes as KYC, because bank knows you by the data which you have supplied. But on top of that data, there can be a lot of understanding which I can have, right? Suppose I'm asking for a loan from a bank, right? And you being a 20 years and I being maybe 60 years, if we both apply for a same loan, bank will prefer to give a loan to you rather than me. It is because of the age factor. Okay, and there can be multiple other things. I'm just talking about one thing. You can have age, you can have salary, there can be multiple attributes which can contribute about many things. And that's what UIC means. UIC means the bank has data, the bank knows you now, it's know your customer, but you have to go one step ahead, and you have to start understanding your customer. So this particular use case which we solved, there are two use cases. The first is very simple, which is looks like a simple rag. It might look like a simple rag where it has million of financial reports. It gave that financial reports to Watson X AI, which is like your Hugging Face. If you can think of Hugging Face, where you can have a lot of models, right? Watson X AI is just a platform where you can download a lot of models which are integrated with it. So you give a lot of documents to Watson X AI, and it actually have a Streamlit UI, and it just summarizes every document for you. Or maybe you can build up a Q&A model on top of it. The second one is more interesting because especially when you talk about banking, right? There might be a lot of legacy content, especially when you have KYC. Maybe you and me had done some meeting, okay? If I would have not been here, maybe this is recorded, then it is a 2-hour video. And if I just ask you what is RAG, and if you want to know what is RAG from that video, will you watch that video altogether from the beginning? No. Maybe you would like to just question it, and the video, some app should go and just query it through that video and just give you the response that what is RAG, right? So second use case is exactly that. It talks about videos, and what we did with videos to be queried, we build a chatbot on top of the videos where you can go and do smart Q&A on top of those video contents. We broke the video into two parts. First is the audio part. We extracted the audio out of it. From the audio, we generated a transcript, and from the transcript, we actually stored in a vector store in a chunked form. The second part is actually the videos are slide by slide images, right? So we took those images, unique images, and then we generated a text for all of it, and then we then merged it back. So when you say Watson X discovery at the end, it is nothing but the vector search. We all have worked on vector search database, right? So Watson X discovery is nothing, but we are storing that on Watson X discovery, which is a vector search database, and then you can query anything out on top of it, right? So that is one use case which I have. This is another use case which I'll show you. We'll talk about multimodal in a while, but I'll show you this video. Again, this is a real use case which we solved through, and then we'll talk about multimodal.
Hey team, imagine an AI that doesn't just process data but comprehends context across text, images, and audio. Welcome to the world of multimodal technology. It's not just smarter, it's transformative. From decoding financial reports in seconds to analyzing medical records comprehensively, multimodal AI revolutionizes how businesses extract insights and make decisions. Think of it as a super intelligent assistant connecting the dots across any data type. Businesses face three major hurdles with data extraction: manual effort, extracting data from diverse, inconsistent layouts; errors, manual processes lead to mistakes and costly rework; compliance risks. In regulated industries, errors can be critical. In this showcase, we'll see multimodal capability in action. Here's a loan document, but it could be any type: structured, unstructured, selective, or non-selective. This system uses Watson X Orchestrate as the interface to upload documents. It processes pages in parallel, extracts key information using WatsonX.ai, and consolidates it into a structured JSON with the entities you need. Our solution addresses these challenges head-on. 50% faster processing, automates tasks, freeing teams for higher value work. Improved accuracy, reduces human errors with standardized outputs. Cost savings, cuts operational costs by minimizing manual effort. Regulatory compliance, ensures accuracy, governance, and eliminates bias. Thank you. Let's explore how this can transform your workflows.
So we initially talked about different type of models, right? We said that we have transformer model and diffusion model. It's no more having different models now. We have multi-model. That means you have large language model, one single model which can process all kind of information. And what kind of information you can have? You can have text, images, audios, videos, anything, right? In this case, in this example, you have seen a loan processing document, right? Although the loan processing document which we saw, it looks text, but think of a PDF. If you have a loan processing document where you have a PDF, extracting data out of it is a big task because you have to actually go scrap it if you are not using large language model. What the use case showed is, as soon as you connect it to any of the large language model, it can extract the data, it can automatically read through it, and it can put it in a JSON format. And it is then it very easy. In the JSON format, if you have a key value pair of the data, then you can plug it in any of your application and you can use it, right? I had a plan to show you the
Hey
demo,
team,
but actually I want you to just see that there is a sorry. Please go back on the video. Yeah, just stop here. Yeah, so if you want to try this multimodal playground, and if you really want to, understand it, there is a very good page which is called valanding.ai. There are a lot of use cases there, but you can just go to the document extraction page there. And what it does is it gives you a playground. It gives you many of the sample images, documents, which has different type of contents, and it help you to extract it in a JSON format. At the same time, you can also upload your own document, any of your document, and you can see the magic of how it extracts and put it in a JSON format. Of course, because this is a playground, it's just a platform where you can plug and play. But what I showed you is a very curated solution of what we have developed for one of the client. Yeah. Yeah. So when we talk about the whole journey, right? We started by experimenting initial AI use cases. We talked about RAG, we talked about prompting, we talked about fine tuning, and then we had agents, which we will soon talk about. And you can see the productivity curve actually shows it shows how rapidly the productivity is going on. But the important thing to note here is the tipping point, that most of the applications which we are still developing is on the stage where we are still working with RAG and fine tuning. Although the technology has advanced and gone to agents and it talks about assistants, we are still developing most of the applications where we are still dealing with RAG or fine tuning. And also there is terminologies where we call as plus AI to AI plus. When you say plus AI, it is like you develop the whole solution and you put AI as a cherry on the top of the cake, right? So you say that, okay, you have to develop a assistant, you develop the assistant, and then we will talk about AI. But now we are talking about AI plus. AI plus means when you have to do any kind of such processing, especially in the business processing, right? You are not thinking AI as a separate path altogether. You're saying that AI is an integrated part of it. Any kind of workflow automation or any kind of orchestration which you want to do, AI is embedded into it. We will go to the agentic AI. So one important thing to understand in generative AI is when you are doing generation, it's just a act of generating the next token, right? So when you say the cat is, and you give it to a large language model, maybe the large language model will predict the next word, which is cat is walking, and then the whole text will go back to the large language model to produce the next token and next token. So it's a very recursive process. Have you ever tried a chat GPT and seen that it goes back, erases something, and then it regenerates? Never, right? So any generation which happens is always in a forward direction. It's always one-way process. But that's not how we human work, right? We human always have a way of working where we do iterative process, we do several draft of it, we improvise it, and then we finally have the final version. So we want the AI also to do the same thing. And because generative AI never had a backspace, it never had a back trace, it always goes in the in fact, it does a great job, because even if it is generating in the forward direction, the accuracy is too huge when you talk with generative AI, but it never had a backspace. It never can go and evaluate its work as a critic. It always generates in the forward direction, and whatever it has generated is the final copy. So that's why agentic AI came into picture, where now you think that suppose you have to do a simple task like writing an essay on topic X, rather than just saying that, you can give instruction as, why don't you go do a web search, or why don't you go and refer to your documents, or why don't you first write an outline. You write your outline first. Once you write the outline, then maybe you generate your first draft. Once you generate the first draft, be a critic to your own task, right? Once you do your task and once you become a critic to your own task, you start behaving differently, right? So be a critic to your own task and then you rewrite it. So that's some steps of explaining agentic AI. If you see the graph here, talks about two model, GPT 3.5 and GPT 4. Both of these are large language model. Talks about the accuracy with zero shot, which we talked little earlier. If you see the accuracy of zero shot with 3.5, it lies somewhere between 40 to 50%. while GPT-4 had accuracy of 60 to 70. But as soon as you put it as a agentic platforms on any of these model, you can see that the accuracy actually shoots ahead and it goes to 70 to 100%. And this is a real data which I'm showing you with some of my applications which we have developed. So when you talk about agentic AI, very quickly, there are 4 steps which we have to understand through. We have to understand about reflex. We have to understand about the tool use. We have to understand about planning. And then we have to understand about collaboration. So we'll go one by one. Okay. When you talk about reflex, it is always about going and critiquing your own work. Okay. So in this case, the user will tell the large language model maybe to generate a set of code. And we all use Copilot, right? Many of us, which we write the code, we don't write it from scratch. We ask the Copilot to write it. So we know that there are a lot of tools and applications which are readily available where the code can be generated. So you can see that the user asks for a code and actually the large language model generates that code. But as a user, I go back and I tell the large language model that there is a bug at line number 5. As soon as you tell this to the large language model, then the large language model are smart enough to understand it, evaluate it as their own critics. They will analyze it, fix it, and they will give you a new set of code, right? In the third step, I'll go ahead and I'll run this code on many of the test cases I have. And if I run those test cases, I'll go back and say that your code is failing on, say, test case number this. So if you give a very specific case on which the use case is failing through, then there can be more fixes. And that's what exactly it has been doing. So when we talk about reflex, what it means is maybe the first version which you have generated have, say, 80-90% of accuracy. But when you work as a reflex, it is observed that the LLM become its own critic, right? And when it becomes its own critic, then the accuracy which you get from the responses are much higher than a normal generation. Also, in this case, the reflex is generated by the human itself, but yeah, you can generate the reflex by the large language model itself. Have you heard about large language model as a critic? So what happens in large language model as a critic is you can have, and that's what exactly is agents. You can have one agent to perform multiple tasks which are specialized to do that. But at the same time, there can be one agent which is just a critic. They can be critical large language model which just perform the task of what a human was doing. So in the previous slide, the reflex was being generated by the human, but instead of human generating the reflex, you can have a different large language model altogether which can act as a critic or which can generate that reflex. And it has been observed, I'll show you the graph of it. Yeah, this is collected from some paper. So how to read this graph is there are different type of use cases which we have, and at the x-axis we have all those use cases. We have 3 different models. We have GPT 3.5, Chat GPT, and GPT 4. The lighter version shows the accuracy without reflex, while a darker version of any color which you take is a with reflex. And you can see in any use case for any of the model, the model perform much better when you act as a reflex. And that's exactly what the agent does. So that is the first point of having an agent. When you're developing an agentic solution, you should have a reflex in the system. You should generate the reflex. The second thing is about the tool use. So we understand in the first step is that when you talk about agent, they are very specialized being which are specialized to do that, right? Like you can have chef. I'm talking about human. You have chefs, you have electrician, you have plumbers, and so on. But each of these specialized people need a lot of tools, right? If you think of what a chef, so what a chef will need, it might need utensils, it might need a lot of, it will need a lot of tools to accomplish that, right? And similarly, when you talk about agentic AI, the second part of it is about the tool use. So no matter how specialized a particular agent is, it will need a lot of tools in order to accomplish it. If your system is static, You can have these tools very static. You can hard code it that every time when you get this action, you choose this tool also. But your actually the agents are very dynamic. You can put it as dynamic, and the agents are very smart enough in order to understand which tool to choose in which case. I'll show you a use case little ahead. But if you talk about tools, there are different, different heads under which the tools can be grouped. You can have analysis tool, you can have research tool, productivity tool, and images tool. So different type of tools, and agents can use this tool in order to work very productively. The third thing is about planning and reasoning. So whenever we are executing as a human, right, we always plan and then we execute. We divide our task into subtasks. Basically, those subtasks are the discrete set of tasks. Discrete means they have dependency on the previous or the following task, but they are discrete unit of task. And then we try to, plan or reason our whole thing. The same thing happens with the agentic AI. Every time when you give a prompt to a agentic AI, it actually divided into different subtasks and it executed. It's plan, its execution, and it executes it. In this case, if you read the prompt, it says that generate an image where a girl is reading a book and her pose is same as the boy in the image, and then you just generate a voice of it. And you can see that very smartly the agentic AI divided into 4 different tasks. For each task, it might have different amount of tools, it can have different number of agents, but the planning is very important. As long as you can divide the whole task into subtasks, and each task can have one agent or maybe multiple agent, and each agent can have n tools, one tool or multiple tools, then you are sorted. You are very sorted to solve it. The last bit is about collaboration. So if your system is very simple, then maybe the agentic flow might be sequential. You can guide this sequence of it. You can say that after this agent will only come. It is a sequential flow. But if it is a dynamic flow and you have a large number of agents and large number of tool to cater to, then you would like to orchestrate it. And that is what is collaboration. You need a agent which will collaborate and it will orchestrate the whole flow. So going back to where we started with, we talked about the writing essay. This is a different example, but it talks in the same way. In this example, it talks about, can you evaluate all the runners and write a bib number for it? So in the first case, if you see, the prompt is very simple, right? It goes ahead and it just says that create a database of all the runners along with the bib number. In the second case, it does divide into smaller step for the agents to evaluate it. And if you see the first one, it says about detecting face. When you say detecting face, we have a lot of agent. You are actually talking about image recognition. So you can have agent which is very specialized in that. The second thing is again detecting bib number. If you see the fourth one, it talks about add those records and put it in a database. So the database execution, so the agent might be very different, which deals with the database, right? So in each case, you can put a very specialized agent. You can divide the whole task into smaller subtasks. You can put it under agents and then you can execute it. This is one video again. We will quickly show it and then we will talk about it.
Meet Matthew. He's a financial analyst at a global firm. His day starts with a question, one that means digging through market news, scanning reports, interpreting financial data, and trying to make sense of charts buried deep inside documents. To get answers, Matthew juggles between financial APIs, news sites, Excel, and lengthy PDFs. It's slow, repetitive, and exhausting. And with markets moving fast, every minute counts. Now imagine a better way. Matthew types his question into Watson X Orchestrate, and an intelligent
Yeah, I just want to bring your notice to this. If you see this picture, this is exactly the architecture of the solution which we solved for one of the financial institute. And if you see at the top, we have a planner agent, which is actually the orchestrator agent, which is at the top and which is actually a MCP client. You have multiple agents which are working beyond it and where it can route. It can have a web search agent, it can have a financial API agent, it can have a multi-model RAG. At this point of time, there are 3 different agents. And because it is talking about a smart financial bot, right? you have to understand that suppose you ask some question which is very proprietary to that financial institute, right? Then it might like to route it to multimodal RAG because the answer will be in its own document. But at the same time, if your question is very generic, it might not be in your proprietary answers. So it might like to do a web search. So it will route it differently, right? So this is what the architecture is. It talks about orchestrator agent, and then you have multiple agents where it is orchestrating to.
Agent takes over. Our web search agent scrapes live financial news and earnings documents. The financial API agent fetches real-time or historical market data. The glossary tool explains terms like return on equity or net retention rate in plain English. And when reports include charts or tables, the multimodal RAG agent analyzes them, pulling insights from visuals embedded in PDFs. Using the React framework, Matthew's query is routed to the right agents. He gets a markdown formatted answer, sourced, summarized, and backed by structured data and visuals. All of this cuts research time by up to 60% and improves the quality of insights across strategy, investment, and risk teams. Here's the magic. Matthew asks multiple questions he would have to manually research. The system pulls the latest earnings report, extracts key metrics, decodes graphs, and summarizes everything into a clean, conversational format. For Matthew, this is a breakthrough: faster decisions, deeper insights, and more time to focus on what matters. Meet Matthew.
Yeah. So this is the last pillar of my talk today. When we talk about all these, right, we talked about AI and we talked about how to develop it more effectively. We talked about how we went from a traditional ML to a generative AI, and then from generative AI to agentic AI. It is very important that when we talk about building something, it is not being quick. It's not always that you have many times, when the requirements come from the client also, client do emphasize that provide me a agentic solution as quick as it is possible. But as a responsible AI owner, you all will become coder in due course, you all will become an AI engineer. It is very important to understand that when we are developing, then it is important to move fast but to build responsibly. And what does build responsibly means is all about responsible AI. So when we talk about responsible AI, there are several factors, and almost all organization, it talks about several pillars of responsible AI. You can see at a high level, I put a picture, but then every organization have some way or the other where they talk about risk and security. And they talk about risk, especially, of course, security is about vulnerability, and then they are penetration testing, and it has a lot of firewall things. But especially when you talk about risk, right? It talks about fairness, it talks about explainability and many other things. But these things are, truly speaking, just in theory. Means, you have responsible AI, which has been provided to you just as a guidance. So just to give you a stats, in Watson X, we have two products. We have Watson X AI, and we also have Watson X governance. Watson X AI is like your Hugging Face, where you can have a model, where you can download any model, right? So anything which you develop will of course have a Watson X AI, and you have to sell Watson X AI. But on top of it, if you want to have any kind of governance on top of it, then you should develop metrics, and that can be easily done using Watson X governance. We do that. Many times we show the client that this is the metrics which we have developed, and we talk about explainability. But the ratio of we selling a governance product to that what we sell to AI is 6%. That means for every 100 solution which we are successful in selling in the market, only 6% of the clients goes back and they talk about governance. And this is client driven. Whenever you talk about governance, there is extra cost on top of it. So this is the truth of it, that when we are developing a AI, even from the client side, although they understand that the governance is a very important pillar, but they generally don't try to invest on that, right? So, but as a developer of AI, I think the basic metrics should be very much in place, where we talk about what kind of things which we want to govern through and how we can develop a metrics around it, right? So some of the examples where it's a very high level examples, but when every time when you are using prompting, right, you have to really think about these factors. Like, just to give you example, when you talk about explainability, right, and you have a very fancy chatbot which has been already been developed on a financial bot. We talked about financial bot, right? So every time when an answer comes from a financial bot, are you really able to explain your answer? And how can you explain your answer? Maybe you have to provide the links, or you have to provide the references from where the answer is coming through, right? That is what is explainability. So simple factors which can which can be used in order to govern the whole system is already in place, and we should be making sure that when you are delivering a AI solution, you are putting those basic governance in place. So with that, I think we come to the end of the presentation. We do have a certificate for this. Do we have the barcode with you? So there is a barcode which I actually shared. Maybe it can be shared later. You have a IBM barcode. If you scan through it, then you just have to mark it as complete, and you can download the certificate from there for IBM. Right? Any questions for me? Yes, please. Very good question, actually. So when you say data science, right, it is all governed by data, and there is a lot which a domain speaks about it. So no matter how specialized your large language model can be for a particular domain, suppose you're talking about banking, right? You can develop a large language model very specific to the banking itself, but at the same time, it cannot be as accurate as a, you have data science. So when you talk about especially the pre-processing steps of data, right, before you feed the data into the model and then the model start behaving, those steps are still not in control of generative AI. Generative AI always means generation. So if you have to, suppose, just to give you example, suppose I have to do some analysis on all the employees of JP Morgan, right? But I know that there are 10% of the employees who are above the age of 60, right? But I cannot tweak my policies because of those 10% or 1% of the employees, because I know that those are outliers, right? Those kind of stats can be solved using generative AI if you really hard code the prompting to that level. But if you do the data analysis, those kind of processing is very easy, where you can do the anomaly detection or any kind of outlier detection or any kind of pre-processing which you require. That is one thing. Also, there are domain expertise required. When you require something to be processed very specific to the domain, you can have, again, as I told you, the model itself can be trained very specific to that domain, but still the accuracy of the traditional data science or the machine learning approaches to any such problems is highly accurate than any generative AI. Yeah, thank you. Any other questions? Yes, please.
Good evening, ma'am. Ma'am, my name is Nimani Imlani, specializing in digital marketing and business analytics. Ma'am, I've read somewhere this news that ChatGPT and AI are consuming a lot of data right now, and the companies are also pursuing for ChatGPT and AI. So, how the companies will manage in the future for their revenues if the cost will be high for the ChatGPT and the AI?
Great. That's a great question. In fact, recently the CEO of one of the organizations says that every thank you and sorry also which you write to ChatGPT is a cost. Have you read that headline? It says that don't write thank you and sorries to the ChatGPT, because every time when you write that also, it's a cost. And of course, using any large language model, and that's why we talked about a graph where we talk about a trade-off between flexibility and complexity, right? Complexity simply means dollars. So as a responsible developer, we many times we evaluate, many times the client can come and they can say that, can you develop a generative AI solution around this? But as a developer, we really analyze whether it's a really require AI to be driven, or whether it really require a launch of agents on top of any kind of solution, or is just a RPA. It can be just a automation solution, right? So when you say yes, there is always a cost, and if you use generative AI and the tokens are being generated, completion means cost. But at the same time, if you are very responsible in thinking through the architecture of how you are doing it, then I think you can, sustain it. Yes, please. Yeah.
Ma'am, will it impact anything for the job opportunities for the students?
That's a great question again. See, everywhere you might have seen that AI is to augment us. It is never replacing human, right? But at the same time, every organization, that is the truth, that every organization is going through the layoff. And it is better that we accept this hard fact sooner and we confront it. And if you analyze the kind of layoffs which is being done is only to the human who are not ready to adapt through the progress. If you still try to do something in a very traditional way as how it has been done through years, not having AI embedded in your system, then of course you are not apt to solve the solution and you will feel the lag. Suppose there are two banks, right? One bank adapt the AI very quickly. Of course, the other bank who is late in adapting the AI will feel a lag between how they solve the use cases and how fast they are to respond to any of the client responses than the first bank, right? So when you talk about impact on the job and other thing, I have a I belong to technology pre-sales of Americas in Watson X, and I have a team of 105, and we are constantly hiring. And most of my people who are reporting to me are young freshers generation because they are the one who can quickly adapt to. So I don't think there is anything which will stop, it will affect hiring or something. But yes, what kind of hiring is happening into the market is not the same as it was 4 or 5 years back. In the 4 or 5 years back, maybe the hiring was very different. There is a difference also. Morning I was talking to Shubham and he was talking. So earlier, when we used to generate something, we used to do it for the company. Suppose I'm coding, I'm delivering it, and I'm giving to the company. I'm not much bothered about the impact I create or what kind of ROI I'm driving to the organization. But now it is very important that anything and everything which we drive through, it is driven by innovation, or it is has a direct impact on the business which you can show by the ROI values. As long as we are aligned to it, we are very much valuable in the market. Yeah. Thank you.
Now, I would like to conclude this session with this last answer.
May I now request our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor Dr. G.K. Shirade sir, to felicitate our guest, Ms. Supriya Raman ma'am, with the token of appreciation.
Yeah. The whole credit of Balaji goes to him. Good enough.
Thank you, ma'am.
And for you some knowledge.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
This is the
Thank you. Thanks.
May I now call upon our student manager, Ms. Tanushri, to put forward the vote of thanks.
Thank you, Lavisha and Abhishek. Good evening, everyone. I, Tanushri Bajpayee, Student Manager at Balaji Institute of Technology and Management, Sri Balaji University, Pune. It is truly an honor to extend our heartfelt gratitude to our distinguished guest of honor, Mrs. Supriya Raman, for gracing today's Tech Conclave with her presence. Ma'am, your expertise in strategic planning, leadership development, and your commitment to fostering diversity and inclusion have been truly inspiring. Your words have enriched our understanding and encouraged us to think with purpose and confidence. Allow me to highlight a few key takeaways from your insightful address. The session gave us a clear view of how AI has grown from simple tools to powerful multimodal systems. We learned how AI is the new electricity driving innovation with responsible use and strong infrastructure. As we conclude, we carry with us your motivating words and valuable lessons that will continue to guide us ahead. On behalf of the entire university, thank you for sharing your time and wisdom with us. Wishing everyone a pleasant evening ahead.
Ladies and gentlemen, the moment we all have been waiting for, the Project X award ceremony. We are honored to have our distinguished guests and our respected Vice Chancellor serve with us to present the winners. Let us begin our third place winners. Etherson Tech SBUP. I request the team to come up on the stage to collect the checks. I request Aniket, Vishal, Srinivas, Shubham, Sakshi and Aniruddha to please come up on the dais. On the second place, Pygram. On second place in Pygram from St. Vincent's Paloti, College of Engineering and Technology. I request Paritosh, Ayush, Mayur, Gargi and Radhika to collect the checks from the dais.
And finally, the first place, winners of Project X 2025 is Team MetaMarks from BITM Pune.
Thank you. Thank you. I think I has been approached by Dr. Neelam earlier, and I'm awestruck by meeting all of you today. This is my first formal, addressing an MBA student, and I never understood that MBA is so much advanced in data science and machine learning, and you guys know anything and everything about what I talked about today. So I'm very proud of all of you, and especially this institute as it is the kind of discipline which is being governed among all of you, which I really love seeing. So please maintain that discipline going through in your life. It will give you back. Thank you for having
I would say very impressive in terms of the questions you answered, the way you conducted yourself, and very impressed by the way the participants formulated competition, the articulation, the vision in terms of what they want to do, and the conclave that's been done. Absolutely perfect, spot on.
I think I share the sentiments shared by two of our guests. Um, what I really loved about the teams, I met many of you, whether you were part of the 1, 2, 3 or no, each one of the teams. I think the approach to create a pragmatic, tangible, outcome-driven solution rather than just some theory, uh, was the generic theme, and I think it's commendable, right? Also, the confidence that such a solution has never been attempted. I heard a few of you, applying for patents, extremely commendable, guys. This is a confidence that can take us and take all of you forward. Extremely proud of you. And as a suggestion to the, project organizers, what I would also request you guys to think is maybe from the next version or in the future editions, besides talking about 1, 2, 3 rank, talk about funding these startups. And all right, it could be small amounts. No 1, 2, 3. You're all a winners, according to me. Yeah. Thank you.
Really amazing infrastructure, I can tell you. The management has provided to all of you. This kind of platform is generally not available in most of the colleges in India. There are a lot of colleges, maybe only IITs and the top colleges have it, and the IIMs also. So I really say big thanks because I am really connected to academia to provide this kind of platform. But the other part is the students. Whatever may be the technology, the one technology that each one of you have and the tool that you have, which is can never be challenged, is your brain. You have to dedicate that to your learning, your understanding, and use it. Otherwise, this platform is of no use. India needs for 2047 Viksit Bharat all your super brains to be capable of taking us there. I believe in IP and research, so it need not be only just something, an app or a development or a concept or a saleable product. It should be IP based, and then we can really go forward. Thanks a lot for inviting me here. I really enjoyed the day.
Now I request Honorable Vice Chancellor to give his final concluding remark and blessings, sir.
I know from morning, now it's a time, and I understand your acceptance. Some of the sessions which I have participated and I heard, particularly the chief guest today morning, I have also learned and noted some points because there is always learning, knowing from unknown to known, known to unknown, and then explore. See, competition is organized because to give you an opportunity. Whether first, second, third number is not important. Get it? But your participation, the idea, sharing, and then observing others and thereby learning, that process never ends in life. So keep it going like this and be always a smart in respect of each and every step which you follow in your life. See, there is no substitute for techno. Transformations will take place. Change is very rapid. Whatever we know today, after 8 days, you will find out something different. So be alert, be smart, and nothing is impossible. And your generation is very lucky. Your generation is getting people from industries, learning from them, experiential sharing, and what is happening at industry. So this is a bridge which we have created. That is the platform, academy to industry. So the journey should be more productive and more having utility value. So my special thanks to all of you for being here, and I request you, be with Balaji. We will connect you and share your knowledge, share your experiences, and even we learn from failures. Failures is the first step of success. So failure does not mean that it is a bottleneck. When difficulty is there, n number of windows are opened, but we have to open our creative eyes. Okay. So with these few words, once again, congratulations. I appreciate Tech Club and today's the whole organization and the whatever table plan is prepared, a guest connect. The whole credit goes to Nilam Upasni. So Nilam, you deserve a lot. And who are supporting with you? Some leaders, tech leaders. Yeah, core team, please do come here. All core team members do come here.
May I now request our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Sir, Dr. G.K. Shirode, Sir, to felicitate Neelam Upasni Ma'am, who has given her heart and soul to make this event a success.
Thank you very much. Congratulations, and more responsibilities will be there now. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Yes. Sir.
Thank you, everyone. And on Dr. Neelam Upasni, ma'am, Associate Professor, Balaji Institute of Technology and Management, Sri Balaji University. The vote of thanks.
Good evening, everyone.
I'm Dr. Neelam Upasni, Associate Professor at Balaji Institute of Technology and Management, Sri Balaji University, Pune, and Event Head of TechXplore and Project𝕏. It is indeed an honor and privilege to deliver the vote of thanks on behalf of the organizing team of Tech Conclave 2025. First and foremost, I extend our heartfelt gratitude to our Honorable Chancellor and Honorable Vice Chancellor for their constant guidance and visionary leadership that inspire us to strive for excellence in every endeavor. A sincere thanks to our Dean, whose continuous support and motivation have been instrumental in making this event a success. Our heartfelt appreciation goes to our Director BITM, Deputy Director BITM, for their unwavering support, timely guidance, and for providing us with a platform to organize such enriching and thought provoking events. We also extend our warm thanks to the core organizing team for their meticulous planning, tireless efforts, and dedication that brought this conclave to life. A special word of appreciation to all our faculty members and staff for their cooperation, coordination, and encouragement throughout the event. Last but not least, heartfelt thanks to all our participants, guests, and students for their enthusiastic involvement and for making this event truly meaningful. Once again, thank you everyone for being part of Tech Conclave 2025 and for contributing to its grand success. Let us carry forward the spirit of innovation and collaboration that this conclave stands for. Thank you and have a wonderful evening ahead. Thank you.